It's live now, madam.
Right. Good morning, everyone. I, on behalf of Institutions Innovation Council, Tripura University, welcome you all to this 2 days virtual design workshop. This event is jointly organized by IIC Tripura University and BRTC of KIIT TBI. The objective of these workshops is to create the enabling ecosystem for innovation and entrepreneurship at the institutions, which would result in a more suitable environment for the next generation of the trained manpower to get involved in innovative entrepreneurial ventures where they, instead of being job seekers, can become job creators and job providers. Yes, that was the objective with which the IIC was set up. That is the Institutions Innovation Council. MHRD, which is now MOE, had set up or developed the idea of setting up IIC at the higher education institutions with the aim to encourage, inspire, and nurture young students by exposing them to the new ideas and the processes for making them well equipped to get into innovative activities, develop innovative entrepreneurial, approach for their during the formative stage in the higher education institutions, so that they could become the new, the manpower for the new India, which is more innovative, which has entrepreneurial skill. IIC was launched by MHRD, now Ministry of Environment, on 21st November 2018. And more than 950 higher education institutions were granted the permission to set up IIC at their organization. And we were lucky enough to be one of those to start the IIC from the very first year or from the very inception. Well, the activities or the handholding by the Ministry's Innovation Council has become stronger and stronger day by day, with a common objective that we need to train the next generation manpower so that they become the face of the current India as it is and as it is growing. From the second year onwards, we started having the activities well scheduled and designed as the MIC driven activities and the IIC calendar activities, as well as the self driven activities. This, what you see today, is basically a combination of couple of such IIC calendar activities that have been proposed for this particular year. And what we tried to do was, with the help of our partners, that is our BRTC KIIT TBI, we plan to ensure that our students, specifically and in general, the others who are into these kind of activities, get to hear from the best of the entrepreneurs, the ones which are known locally, nationally, and globally. They get to hear the innovative stories. Not only that, they get to learn how to think or do a creative thinking, so that that could lead to an innovative venture. And yes, with that, we also have uh, experts who are going to talk about how IP is essential for the startups and also for protecting the uh, innovative activity that goes through. So today we have lined up quite a few experts for you. That includes the person from whom I had started learning about the objective of IIC. The purpose why it was thought was because there were more engineering graduates which were coming out of the college. I still distinctly remember those slides and those figures which Mr. Dipen Sahu had talked about during one of his presentations in Nagaland, where we could clearly understand that there were many more students who were coming out as compared to the amount or the number of jobs that were available. So what was essential was filling up this gap, so that we had students who were not seeking for jobs, students who were actually creating the job. And yes, I do feel there has been quite some difference it has made, but it has much higher potential. We have people who would be talking about enhancing the critical and the creative thinking. We have experts talking about the startup ecosystem for women entrepreneurs, bridging the innovation gap in Northeast India, something with KIIT TBI under the BRTC has been actively involved, and they are the organization who have an MOU with us also, and they are actively helping us. We would be listening to the entrepreneurship as an alternative career from those who are actually there creating, facilitating such system. We would have the success stories from trove of the entrepreneurs, and then for tomorrow we have the designing IP strategy for innovation and startup, followed by the last event, which is the Ideathon or pitching of your idea. So, without taking any further time, on behalf of Tripura University and the entire council, that's the Institution's Innovation Council, I welcome you all to this uh, 2 days virtual workshop. Thank you so much. Over to Ajay.
Thank you, ma'am. Hello, hello,
Yes, we
hello.
can hear you, Ajay.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am, for your welcome address. Now we have with us Mr. Dipen Sahu. He have his undergraduate degree in fishery science from Sri Venkateshwarya Veterinary University and first master degree in MBA in rural management from KIIT TVI, earned a second master degree in development policy from Korea Development Institute, South Korea. Currently, he is serving at the capacity of Assistant Innovation Director and National Coordinator at Innovation Cell of Ministry of Education, Government of India, hosted at All India Council of Technical Education, New Delhi. So, I welcome you, sir. Now, over to you.
Thank you, uh, my student friend, and thanks to Tripura University, and especially to the Professor uh, Sayan Roy Chaudhary, Madam, for organizing this beautiful program. And also, I can see the party support from KIIT TBI, because my association with KIIT TBI is from 2007, and when it was not even conceptualized. And my company was the first incubating company at KIIT TBI, and during that time that company name was Hello Doctor 24/7. When I was in my MBA at KIIT University, during that time I have teamed off like you all as a student and started my company. And first we participated in many business plan competitions, then we conceptualized, then we started company. But now I'm no more associated with the company, and it has been now spin off. It is already out from the KTBI and they're operating outside. So during the college time itself, imbibing this kind of thought process and participation in the programs, this gives a much experience and the learning for young minds to think big, to think systematically, so that you will able to solve some bigger problems of the society or industry. And with this, when uh, when I came back to the job life, then especially in the policy sphere, and since last 3 years I am associated with AICT and Ministry of Education's Innovation Cell. Purpose is to make our higher educational institutions innovative and entrepreneurial. And because of this, to achieve this, we came up with so many policy programs like IIC, that Tripura University is part of this network, Institutions Innovation Council. We have more than 2,300 IICs in in the institutions, in higher educational institutions across India. And it is good that Tripura has also IICs and at Tripura University. And I know the madam, Professor Madam, since last 2.5 years. She is much proactive and always eager to learn, and also passing the learnings knowledge to the students. And I still I remember the first question from her, that how innovation and entrepreneurship can be promote and support in non-technical discipline and the institutions. Today I'm happy to see that she is driving the IAC, and also she is conducting these activities, and also she is now through partnership mode and collaboration, that she is uh, started the competitions and idea competition and the innovation competitions. Now the see the progress, that how the things are happening, and only one thing is required to make the progress: your attitude, your behavior, and your actions. I'm going to tell these three things today, and because you all are the now in the very formative stage in your academics, and the soon we will think, you will reorient your attitude and behavior and actions, then definitely you will able to start something innovative and entrepreneurial, and also in a very short period of time you can project yourself as an innovator and entrepreneur. Now coming to the point, that in today's session, that is design thinking, what I got to know, that this session actually will help you to methodologically think how to identify a problem, and then how to make a problem statement, then how to convert, how to find the solution of the problem statement, alternative solutions, and from the alternatives choose the best one, and then how to convert that alternative solution, that best one, into a prototype, and further into business model, then into the startup form. So these are the stages through which generally our thought process and our actions goes. And if we will make a progressive move in these stages, and also we have to ensure that in each stage we will have to try to reduce the time period, so that the goal will be achieved at the earliest. Let me tell you that actually how all these things are getting actually happen. It is all about your thinking, your behavior, and action. Just assume that you, being a person, being an individual, every day since morning to till you go to your bed, you interact. You interact with nature, you interact with persons, you interact with objects, living and non-living. Also, you interpret. Also, you process so many things. You think so many things in your mind. Even during the sleeping time, also during when you are in sleep, during that time also you think so many things. I believe in every second that we spend in this earth has the potential to generate, or we can treat all these things as the data points. It is up to us how we take it, as a data or simply a life goes on. Being an entrepreneur, being an innovative, we should see from the perspective that each and every second of our life that we interact with, either as a living or non-living or with the nature, is a data point. From this pool of data point, we have to convert into a specific form, so that we will able to interpret it. And when we interpret these data points, then we call it information. So obviously we will come up with numerous data points, but we have to very carefully choose which data points we need to interpret, which is relevant to us. And when we interpret this data point, we synthesize in our mind or in a paper, and we generate certain relevant informations that get into the library, knowledge library of either of our mind or somewhere. And when that information is useful for the others or for self, we call it as knowledge. Just I'm taking you the path of that, how this data point when our interactions convert into data points, and the data points take the form of information when we synthesize in our mind, and when that information is useful for people, either self or others, we call it knowledge points. So this knowledge is now, up to this we are very much aware, because every institutes are, or every individuals are good up to this, but actually they are not aware that they have created the knowledge point. So we have to now prepare ourselves that how we will make use of these three stages of data to information to knowledge. And being an entrepreneur and innovator, now we have to take this knowledge, either generated by us or by the others. Then we have to draw the insights that which knowledge has the potential to solve the problem. That is called insight. And that insight, when worked further, it takes the form of wisdom, and also it leads to a wealth creation in form of IP generation, or in form of venture creation or startup formation. Would you please click one in this? Yes. So now you can see that when data is meaningfully interpreted, it is information. When it is useful, it is called knowledge. And when that knowledge has the opportunity, or a identified opportunity for business opportunity or opportunity for value creation, we call it is insight. And with utility aspect, that is converted into a business form, we call it is wisdom, and which is the wealth generation capacity. So this is the actually path of learning of any individual. We have this inherent capacity, but we have to discover that in actually how we are going to utilize all these things in a very meaningful way to use our creative thinking to solve the problems. Please go to the next slide. So when you are tuned your mind in this process, then your first job is to go for a idea selection, or to go for an idea generation from the problem. In most of the times we get confused that this idea to be pursued or not, because we have never done a kind of validation of our ideas appropriately. So I am going to give you a equation, or you can take it as a thumb rule, that how you will validate that your idea is good to pursue or not. That a good idea always correlated with value creation. Value creation means it has some intellectual property, or it has some uniqueness, or it has some innovation component, or it has some enterprise component. That means it is going to help others solve the problems. So the value potential of the good idea can be interpreted, can be validated without using a pen and paper. Also you can do in your mind, or you can use the Google search to get the information. First you have to ask yourself that who is the actually customer, or the person who is going to use the solution that you are coming or you are proposing. First, please clear that actually who is the target customer, or the target category or target group is going to be benefited from the solution you are proposing. Once you sure that this is the target, it may be age group, it may be a sex group, it may be a geographic, it may be a class category, whatever may be. Once you are finalized with this, then you have to quantify that what is the size of this target group, what is the number of these target customers. So these two things you have to sure. You should have the information at the beginning of idea generation, when you are conceiving any idea. Once you have this value, and once you are convinced that the size is good, and there is a sizable number of target customers are exist who will adopt the solution, if you will comes to the market, or if you will bring to the market, then your next question is that how frequently they will use this solution. Is it one time, or it is multiple times, or what are the other ancillary services and supplementary services or complementary services that is required to make this solution more adopt among the customers. Once this is done, once you are sure that okay, this has the potential and it will be used frequently, or also there are enough innovation can be done in form of ancillary and supplementary and complementary services with this main innovation or the solution, then you have to ask the third question: the paying capacity or the willingness of customers to pay for the services. The pay should not misunderstood with money. Money is one form, but another form, non-monetary way also, how this solution that customers will able to repay, either in terms of the reward, in terms of the recognition, in terms of the social value, in terms of the environmental value creation. So you have to consider the all societal, environmental, economical and financial aspects when you are calculating the willingness to pay. Once you are convinced that with these three values are actually appropriate, and you are feeling confident that okay, this is actually, it is actually you are in the right track, then you have to also see that who are the competitors, or who is there any exist of any such services in the market, or any other, either in your country or in other country, and how your service is better or comparable with the services available and exist in the market. So these four things you should have the information before you get into the idea, convert into the solution. That means technical capacity is not enough. In addition to the technical capacity, you should have the management capacity, you should have the creative capacity, you should have the market understanding capacity. So if somebody is saying that only technical people have this potential, I am not at all agree with this, because it needs so many aspects, so many thought process to make the idea into a reality. Please go to the next. Please move the slide to next. Please move to the next slide. My voice is going? Hello? Okay. This is my last slide, because you are going to learn in detail about the design thinking. Design thinking is one of the best efficient tool which help in starting from the problem identification to defining the problem statement, then also coming up with alternative solutions for that particular problem, then from the set of solutions choosing the best appropriate solution to be pursued further, and that converting that solution into a prototype and further test in the market to validate that solution is applicable or can be converted into a business form. And believe me, all these steps what we are seeing here are not progress always in linear form. In each and every stage, they make a feedback loop. So the learnings or the process you go through from one step to another step, always there is a chance and opportunity for course correction. And it creates a feedback loop, and so that you will not able to comes to the again zero form, or kind of a square back to zero. So please ensure that when you cross one stage to another stage, you should be you should validate each and every stage with certain criteria and the parameters, so that you always make a progressive you always make progress in the all these design thinking process. But very important is that beginning is it start with empathize. In a layman language, let me explain what is the empathize. Consider I am like you, I am one of the students, and I want to do some innovation, but for that I have to identify problem. What I have to do? Consider if I have interest in the entertainment industry, then I will first go and talk with the target group for which I am going to come up with some innovation. Consider I'm a youth, so that I will be interested on bringing the entertainment level of the youths, and for that I have to first go to the market, or I have to go to a society, or I have to interact with all my friends or the people. Those are the age group in this of my age, or between the age group of 25 to 20 to 30 or 35. And first I will go and see that how they are what is the mode of entertainment for them. And first be in the empathize section, or in the first beginning, first I have to see from the lens of the customer. Empathetically I will think about how the people or how the customer are now doing. That is a hand sign, how they are doing. Then how they are interacting, how they are thinking, and how they are feeling. And for that you may need to go to each and every person. You may have to conduct certain group discussion, or you have to go for some certain survey or kind of interaction, or you have to do some secondary research. Through a empathy mapping technique, you have to identify the data points, and you have to synthesize this, and you have to generate, or you have to fix that what is the problem you have identified. As I have given the example of entertainment industry, for entertainment channels on the options for the youth, let's take the example that I have identified through empathy process, that youths are not using television as one of the best option for entertainment. This is the problem I have identified. Then I have to define this in a very objectively manner. Who is the target here? Target is the youth. What is the problem in entertainment? What is the channel currently mostly used? It is television. But actually these three things are not connected well, because youths are not using TV as the best option. This is the defining. Once you define it, then you have to find that, okay, if this is the problem, then what is the solution I want to bring? Then you have to ask yourself, or in your team, you ask this question and try to generate what are the solutions. Maybe mobile app, maybe smartphone, maybe satellite mode. So you have to identify what are the other channels, or the internet TV. So what you have to see that what are the other channels and the modes, and what is the content, or what kind of content generally youths are inclined or they like to watch, and how these entertainment programs can be channelized and also can be given the options for the youth. So this is the process of ideation. So you have to list out all these options. Then based on the resources available with you, and based on your capacity and the team's ability and the skill set, and also the mentors interaction, you have to let's freeze the mobile app mode of providing the entertainment for the youth. So you have freeze that, you will go with mobile app based entertainment channel for the youth. Then you have to convert this solution to a prototype form. Then you have to test it both in the technical environment of its feasibility. Also you have to test in market by giving this app to 5, 6, 10 or 50 customers to say that how they are good at, or how they like your innovation or your business services. If you will bring to the market, actually others will like or not like, or what are the improvements you can make. So this is called prototyping and testing phase. So these are the phase actually generally one person has to go through Maybe this, you may shorten the process, but you have to go through all these processes. And this is whole combined called design thinking. So there are so many other tools, so you can use it, and I hope in next 2 days you are going to know about in detail about these things. And with this I will stop my session, because there are so other experts are there, and those are going to give you the best learnings. So please make use of time, and thank you Tripura University, IIC at Tripura University, and Professor Sayan Roy Chaudhary madam, and the whole IIC members, and the supporting bodies for organizing this beautiful design thinking workshop, also the business plan competition, idea competition for students, and my best wishes for to all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. Uh, Now we have with us Dr. Sapnil Sinha. Um, Dr. Sapnil Sinha has over 10 years of experience in oncology, biopharmaceutical drug development, and epidemiology. She earned her PhD from CDRI, Lucknow, in 2009 in malaria epidemiology and population genetics. Dr. Sinha completed her postdoctoral fellowship at Institut de Recherches Cliniques de Montreal, Canada, and Colorado State University, USA, where her research was focused on various aspects of gene regulation during cancer and cardiovascular diseases. She moved back to Guwahati in 2014 as a DST woman scientist at NIPR Guwahati from 2014 to 2017. She founded the startup Bioaptagen Laboratories in September 2018. She secured the necessary early stage funding from the Biotechnology Ignition Grant sponsored by BIRECT, Government of India in 2018. So I welcome you, ma'am, and now over to you.
Thank you for the introduction, and good morning to all who are present here. And I came in between when Mr. Dipan was speaking, and it was quite a learning experience for me also, because I'm a first-time entrepreneur, first of all, and I joined this ecosystem. Not I'm very new to this, so it was a nice talk really, and how you do the designing. It was really relishing. So thanks for that. So this today I was asked to talk about the startup ecosystem for women entrepreneurs, and it's quite a personal topic for me, being a female myself, and I think. This was the first talk where I didn't have to do anything extra for making the PPTs and slides, because it just came out of me. And so I just wanted to share something that I have experienced through all these years since I started my entrepreneurial journey, and what I have learned and what I have learned not to do, and how we can strengthen this entrepreneur environment, or create an ecosystem for women entrepreneurs in Northeast, because I keep on talking to people, I keep on meeting students, and I find there's a lot of potential among young women. They have a lot of ideas. They're very sincere workers. I interact with lots of students and lots of women who have really they want to come into this business world and want to make something on their own. So it's nice to talk about it, and we will it will be so great to make such kind of ecosystem, because when I started my journey I actually missed that part, because like Dipan was saying, that we have to learn a lot through the way. When you carve your path of entrepreneurship, you really have to design a lot, learn a lot. Like you do a kind of a white paper sheet work. So in the beginning, when I started in 2014, actually building up an idea, when I really thought that I will enter into this something of my own. Can you move on next slide, please? So So I just want to share all those and when I started my part of this creative thinking or creative independence, so as to say, I missed this thing that we didn't have anything called women centric networking, women centric challenges that we talk about it while I was starting out. So can we move to the next slide? Can you hear me? Yeah. So it's quite baffling that India is the third largest. I was just searching the internet and I found these statistics, and I came to know that India is the third largest startup base in entire world. But if we look at the data of 2019, among around approximately 1,000 new startups that were incorporated last year, it was just 11% of them were women entrepreneurs. And I have got this. So in total, if you say this is again the data of just a year old data, the 86% of startups belong to the owners or the startups entrepreneurs. They were males, and only 14% were women. And it's not that they don't have ideas, they don't have zeal or passion to work on their own, but due to some reasons or the others, they lack. They don't enter into the world of entrepreneurship. And I got this data for northeastern states also, which is quite skewed in terms of percentage of male and versus female entrepreneurs. And So this is all across the 7 states of Northeast. And I was searching a lot, and I just keep on talking to women entrepreneurs. I have a lot of friends who have formed their startups, and they are females. And the main reason that they tell me why they entered into this entrepreneurship, the main reason they give that, just to maintain a better work-life balance. And other main reason that they give is that they want to have something which is called as creative independence, and they want something to work on their ideas and with nobody bossing them around. That was the main reason. So innovative thinking is always there behind. It is a driving force for entrepreneurship. And that is not, of course, gender specific. It's I mean, anyone, any individual, be it a male or female, if they have this idea of starting something on their own, there's always an innovative drive because they have something in some innovation which could be converted into market sustainable product. But reasons why women enter into this, it's quite eye opener for me, that it's basically for, and that goes for me also, which I will just tell you in a while, that why I entered into this. Can you move to the next slide? So, but like Dipan was also telling, and you might be hearing this in any kind of webinar or talks or expose when they talk about the challenges related to entrepreneurship. So there are some challenges which are actually very common, or they're not gender specific, so to say. But there are certain challenges which women face specifically when they enter into this. The first is anthem, because this is, I mean, it's always, we say that, it's a male dominated society. So we really have to face fierce competition against male counterparts. That I always realize that. And it's always there. And then most of the women, even though they are good at their studies in the beginning in college, there's always, they can't convert their ideas. They can't able to nurture their ideas into something innovative and something product oriented, because sometimes they lack in education. And the reasons behind that could be many. There are social reasons, there are financial, there are many, many reasons. But this is one of the reasons. And one of the challenges women entrepreneurs face due to the lack of their education, sometimes they are not able to reach that pinnacle in their entrepreneurship journey as they deserve. And then always there are social barriers, like I tell you my example. My parents still don't understand that why I entered into this entrepreneurship journey, and they always saw, I was a good student around in school and college, so they always pictured me in some government office, working my that's what they pictured my life. But then I despised them and I entered into this world because I wanted something on my own. I wanted something different. And like I said, I wanted to maintain a work life balance. So they still, I have inhibitions from their part, even though I was lucky that my family, my own family, my husband, and they everybody supports me. But there's always this social barrier in one way or the other for every woman who enter into this entrepreneurship journey. And then again, for me, the biggest challenge is making this work-life balance. Can you move to the next slide, please? Because at some point of your life, you actually, every woman, they have this. They have to take care of their family. They have to take care of kids and all those things, and this is something very practical. I'm telling you, this becomes your center of your life once you enter into this family life. And it's very difficult, so far to say, and it's very extremely challenging to maintain this balance. And so, when you are starting a venture of your own, there are a lot of decisions that you have to take. There are millions and millions of paperwork that you have to do. Compliances are there. So, and all these things you need to learn, because like me, I'm a scientist by heart. But then when I enter into this, there's certain lexicon that I heard for the first time in my life. Can we move on? And so, what happens is, it became so difficult for me most of the time to maintain this balance. And still, this is like an ongoing challenge for me each and every day. So it just sometimes breaks you apart. Sometimes you have to ignore a lot of things to do a lot of things. So, but then this is how you are going to progress. And if you really know how to maintain this, you learn, of course. You learn fast. Every woman learns fast this thing, how to maintain the balance, and it helps you in your entrepreneurship decisions also. Believe me, because the way you handle your this balance of family and career, it actually helps you taking tough decisions while you are taking business calls in every stage of your venture. Can you move on to the next slide? So this was my trajectory. Like I said, this is very personal, and so I started my biomedical research. I'm a scientist basically at heart. So I started in 2003, where I was starting my PhD in Lucknow, and it was in biomedical research. And then from 2013 to 16, I was actually working on this idea. I was working on DNA aptamers, and I have this idea that we can convert these DNA molecules into diagnostics or into therapeutics, or more to say, it could be converted into something which could have a very good, a very nice market potential. It will have a sustainable market. So I nurtured on that idea from 2013 to 16. And that was, you were listening to the previous talk, that you need to invest a lot in designing your idea. Anyone can think that this is a great idea and it could have a very good business potential, but then you really have to have lots and lots of questions while you go to the next step, meaning to make that idea into some kind of prototype. That will that idea work when it comes to the market? Will you can in your mind you can think of some other person, like at the user end or at the customer end. Will I want this if I go to the market? Will I want this product? Will I want this product again? Will I come back to the shop and ask for more? So all these things, and how, what are the pain points of, if you are doing something into diagnostics, into research, into something therapeutics, what are the pain points? What are the existing players in your which are offering or similarly offering something which you are offering? So that is called nurturing. All right, so I nurtured this idea for all these 3 years, and I have this so many trillion zillion questions in my mind. And when I'm quite ready, and when I made up my mind that yes, I can use this DNA aptamers into diagnostics, but then I had no way to go. I didn't know how to start. I didn't have capital. I didn't have anything structured to convert that into some kind of a prototype, or enter into the market. So can we just click move on? And that is when, and I was telling that in the beginning, that that is when I realized that is what we are lacking here. We don't have good these kind of interaction that right now what we are doing. So these were interactions were not there in 2013. Believe me, there are very few, because startup ecosystem is still growing in India. So we know, so all we knew was through emailers, or maybe and believe me, when I applied for the Byrack big grant, I saw the newspaper ad. In Times of India, it came to in the morning, and I was drinking sipping tea, and then my husband told me, then you can apply for this, you can get the necessary funding. So that was the way we came to know, back in 2000. This I'm talking about 2007, 16 actually. So that is how I came to know, and that is when I realized that I should have more interactions with, and we should have more programs, accelerators, stuff like that, which could have created, or input more what I need to do next, right? So that is when I applied for the biotechnology ignition grant, and I first, when I tried this, I failed really and miserably. That is why, because it was not because my idea was bad, it was because I didn't know how this ecosystem worked. And so I just imbibed everything. I gave myself a year's time, and I again applied, and so I got this funding in 2018. Can we just move on? And that is when actually I we incorporated our company, and this company BioAptogen, both of our promoters are women, and so it is kind of, and this was the first uh, kind of a startup that was incorporated in Guwahati Biotech Park, where is my incubation, we're incubating. So that is how my trajectory went off. And I'm still learning, like I said, and I'm still facing all those challenges. Can we move on? So this is what we do, and this is what my company is based on. So we develop DNA aptamers and integrate it into molecular biology, synthetic biology, and nanotechnology for developing affordable diagnostics and other healthcare products. So the first product that is at present, it is in the clinical trial. So we soon will be getting the government approvals for the market entry. That is a UTI detection kit. It's a DNA aptamer based kit. So that is all we do. We make DNA aptamer based kits. And then we are developing one, is called cardiac malfunction kit. It's for myocardial infarction. And then we are developing vitamin D3. You are hearing lots of vitamin D3 supplements you need to take to up your D3 level, as a protection against COVID-19. So we are developing, and this is very expensive test. It's kind of like 4,000 or 3,000 in most of the cities. So we are making it really affordable. It will cost around 500 rupees. And also we are developing certain COVID detection kit, and this is almost ready. We'll be soon be giving it for ICMR approvals. Can we move on? And so this is what, and while we are actually developing this UTI detection kit, and that was with the help of BIRAC big grant, we realized that we need to do something else to generate a little bit of revenue, and for two things. First, to generate revenue, and then, like I said, what I lacked in the beginning, I find it that, students, I was totally disillusional in the beginning when I started my journey. So I wanted something in the beginning that students should understand their potential and what they want to do next after they finish their school. So that is when we structured this Nurture Youth program in way back in 2009, last year actually. And so in this program, what we do, we provide training, which is, most of the universities in Northeast, not just in Northeast, in whole India, they don't have this infrastructure support. And we let these students to work on hands-on training programs, and they do the experiments, they troubleshoot all those experiments in the lab. And what we do is we have a lot of interactions, because I am incubated in IIT Research Park, so I have world-class faculty around me, and it's a nice environment around there, a lot of budding entrepreneurs ideas. So I let these students to interact with everyone, and we let them nurture in them what they want to do next. Do they want to go in academics or in entrepreneur? If they want to go into something, they want to open their own venture, we help them through, at least telling them a direction, what they have to do next after they complete their degree. Can we move on? So this was the team I constructed, and my core team, like I said, we are two women entrepreneurs who started this venture. The other is Dr. Shubhangi Kaushik. She is not like working directly in Bioaptogen, but she is very pivotal in taking some scientific decisions. And so we have Sahil in our team who. So why I am showing this slide is that whenever you are making a venture, be very careful, be very picky who you pick, as your team members, because the starter members, the one who are actually you are hiring very in the beginning, they actually define the path of your startup. Because these are the people in the beginning, you sometimes you might not be having the prototype with you, right? So the people who will be working really to develop that prototype, they should have the same shared passion and same dedication as you have. They should understand what your startup is all about and what is the tell of your startup. So my team is very small team. So we have an engineer who actually converts our aptamers into nano materials, and he converts them into apta sensors basically. And then we have Moshmi in our team. She's a lead researcher, and she's very, what should I say? She's very pivotal to our team. And then we have another project scientist, Kundal, who has recently joined basically. And then we have a panel of advisors also. We have business advisors, we have scientific advisors. So that is how I have generated my team. Can we move on? Can you go on the next slide, please? So, whenever you're starting off, and this is not just for women entrepreneurs, this is for anyone who are starting, they're the first time entrepreneurs. The first thing you need to do, you have to find an incubator. Because incubators, they provide you the necessary infrastructure. Because in the beginning, if you have a tech startup or if you're a life science startup, you need a huge infrastructure to develop a prototype. So for that, you need to have an incubator which gives you all kinds of infrastructure support, laboratory support, and that will be enough for you to support you for the initial 3 to 4 years until you have your own facility. And these are on rent basis. And incubators, they are not just for providing infrastructure or equipment support, but they also give you mentorship support, which is really important in the beginning, because that is how they will handhold you for the initial years, be it kind of a business handholding or anything. They bridge a gap between you and the investors to the VC fund, anything. So they kind of they build the bridge between you and all the other players in your business, making and business in ecosystem. And then you should have an initial funding. It could be in any form. It could be in form of a government. It could be a government funding. It could be bootstrap, your family support, anything you can manage. And in the beginning, like I said, you have to hire a little minimum workforce, but a passionate workforce. Uh, can we move on to the next slide? So I have just listed down in two slides that what are the different government initiatives specifically designed for women entrepreneurs. There is one called Women Entrepreneurship Program, or it is acronymed as WEP. This is by Niti Aayog, and SIDBI has also partnered into this. You can find the details on this website, and it kinds of not just for it's a platform, it not just for funding support, but it provides an ecosystem for new entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs, and for the established entrepreneurs also. And they provide everything from mentoring support to they just build an ecosystem, right? And they help you to it's kind of an accelerated program also, and they help, like I said, like what incubators do, they help bridge gaps between you and corporations and with investors also. Just go on to this, and this is totally completely women centric. The other one is the Thai women. This is very nice initiative. There is a body which is called as the Interest Entrepreneurs, or it is called as TIE. So TIE has partnered in India with PIRAC also, and they provide kind of a safe space for women entrepreneurs. So they have not just for women, they have for other startups also, for other entrepreneurs, for male entrepreneurs also. But there is a women-centric program which they call as Time Women. So, and they have partnered with BIRAC India, and they also give women fellowship, this Thai Women Awards also for women who have excelled in business ecosystem. And then there is, like I said, there is an award program which is called as Women in Entrepreneurial Research. So this program is basically given, it's just by BIRAC, Government of India, and this there's a specific scheme for Northeast region. If you don't know about it, you can just go on the BIRAC website and find the details there. And this is to recognize, reward, and support women entrepreneurs in specifically in the Northeastern region. So I think there's one edition that they have done last year, and maybe in early January, I think because they float this call just after the big call. So just be vigilant and go for it. This is a very nice, and they give a kind of, if I'm not wrong, they give somewhere around 25 lakhs for women entrepreneurs, to women entrepreneurs. So just please see if you can in the early 2021, I guess. Can you move on to the next slides? And not just this, the different schemes. There are a lot of banks who are partnering with government. They are providing specific schemes for women entrepreneurs, like the Bharatiya Mahila Bank is there. And then Sri Shakti is very nice because this is just for women entrepreneurs, and they give loans up to 50 lakhs. And so the first time entrepreneurs or the established enterprises can go for it. And then there is the Oriental Mahila Vikas Yojana. So this is again for this capital. They give capital specifically for women entrepreneurs only. It could be tech startup, it could be life science, anything, but for women entrepreneurs. Can you move on to the next slide? So then, lastly, what you can ask that how to build a startup ecosystem. And believe me, this is again strategizing how to build a startup. It's a good recipe for giving you a kickstart in your startup, and progressing your startup to an enterprise, and then again into a bigger conglomerate, so anything. So it is very important to be a part of the ecosystem, a good healthy ecosystem, right? How to build it, how to, so I'll be talking about more about how you build a women centric ecosystem. Can you move on to the next slide? So it's, so again, this is something, when we talk about the key players in any ecosystem, it is not just for the women entrepreneurs, it's like kind of a general. So you have these many key players in any ecosystem, a business ecosystem. You have incubators, which is very important, because they, like I said, not just they provide you, they give you a rental space, an infrastructure, lab space for your startup space, but they kind of act as a very excellent bridge between all the other players. You should have a mentorship group in the ecosystem, because these mentors are, at one point of their time, they are in the same board at you might be right now. So they have their own experience and they have their own network also, right? So you learn a lot from them when you interact with them, because they actually tell you not what to do, it's more about they tell you what not to do. So that's very important. And then you have corporations should always be there, because they kind of um, uh, they are the big corporations, they help in many ways. They invest through corporate VC funds, but then uh, they just build up your network to like 10x or 20x. Investors, whether these are angel investors or individual angel investors or organized angel investors, you might have heard about Bombay Angels, Chennai Angels, and I think there is one last year, if I'm not wrong, or maybe this year there's one Assam Angels also, it has formed. So just learn about it more. I think Guwahati Biotech Park initiated that, and there's this Assam Angels was formed last this year, in fact, if I'm not wrong. So so these investors, it could be venture capital firms, it could be equity firms, or some other funding sources. That doesn't really matter. What matters is money is flowing at any stage of your innovation, be you are at your prototyping stage or you are at your market validation. Before that, if you are doing some kind of healthcare products, you need to do a lot of clinical validation. So at any stage, these investors are always there. Or funds, government funding is always there. So that is what the government funding does. They give, because when you get funds from the government in the beginning, there are a lot of government funds which they're not equity based, they're not loans, they are just a fund. You just have to spend it in the right direction, and government will never ask anything back. So and then you have universities should always be there in the ecosystem, because the genesis, the the genesis, the creation of these ideas always comes from among the students or among the people who are employed in university, be it a professor or the finishing schools students. So all these great ideas actually come from the students and universities. So they should always be there. And so what I feel, still I'm feeling that there's a big huge kind of a gap that is there between the academic research and industry. So we always need something to bridge this gap, to translate what universities are offering, what university people are doing into those technologies, needs to be translated into into a product and finally into the market. So this gapping could be bridged efficiently if we have a very good ecosystem. Can we go on to the next slide? So when we talk about that, why do you need an ecosystem in your area and why you want? So there are a lot of virtual ecosystems where you can just like there's one called Empower. So and Empower is again specifically for women and for women entrepreneurs. It's kind of a virtual platform. You can register there and enter into that. There's another one. I think I have that in one of the slides, which is called as HER or HER. So these are virtual platforms, and so you can just enter into that platform. This is kind of a good, very good accelerator and ecosystem for the women entrepreneurs. Why you need this kind of system, because you cannot in the beginning, or not only in the beginning. Doesn't matter at what stage of your innovation, what stage of your startup you are, you always need people around you. You need their experiences, you need networking, because you cannot do everything on your own. At every point of your time, you need some kind of, if not mentorship, opinions, for that example. So and that is how if you just you have this assorted opinions, and assorted people around you, that helps in improving and developing your enterprise, and it ultimately improves the local economy, right? So that should always be there in your mind, because if you are in your region and if you belong to that region, you should contribute to improve the economy, to improve the overall, strengthen the overall living of that area. That should always be there. Money will come in the end anyways. So and it's having an ecosystem, it always helps in strengthening your network. Like I said, is no, nothing brings professional closeness other than working to launch a company. So you really have to talk to people, gain their experiences. Sometimes, what happens, and it happens to me too, many a times, when you are even going to some accelerator program or some investor startup mixer programs, you are sipping a coffee and somebody says something that strikes you and say, yeah, I can incorporate, I can do this thing with me, with my startup, right? So you need to strengthen that thing, you need to strengthen that kind of human contact to know more about other people's story. Can we move on? So entering the world of entrepreneurship can be daunting for anyone, not just for women. And there are many nuances, I would say, of business ownership that need to be taken care of. It can be really tough to create a business plan, finding right customers, hiring the right talent, and raising capital in the end. And all these are even harder for women entrepreneurs. It's very important to develop communities, that will encourage, guide, and strengthen startups which are women centric. And that's why the concept of building up an ecosystem to foster what I call it inclusive growth of women based startups, that comes into picture. So uh, so how can you build this, how can we build this kind of a ecosystem in Northeast? What are the steps needs to be taken? So the easiest one are that you should have a female centric networking group, right? So this and you always, like I said, there's an example called, there's a entrepreneurial, very nice entrepreneurial system which is called as HEN, which is Her Entrepreneurial Network. Anybody can join it. So we should really have these kind of networking system in Northeast, right? Um, and so this will just, it is not what you do, it's when you are in this kind of networking group, you will realize that you learn a lot. And because these kind of networking group, they have a lot of mentors. So building a support network is very crucial, you realize that. And a lack of mentorship limits your professional growth. And over time, finding women entrepreneurs who are sailing on the same ship is important. To know their experience. And I think building a female-centric networking group is a powerful way to foster entrepreneurial circle. And you might be hearing a lot about accelerator programs, and there are many accelerator programs that are there already there in place. Like I said, one example is Empower. This is basically the zone startups. If you have heard about, you can just go on the net and type Empower. The zone startups, basically, they are our accelerator programs. So they have one specific for women, which they call it Empower. And then there's another startup kind of accelerator program which is called as Oasis Startup, that is specifically for Rajasthan women entrepreneurs. So it would be so good, and if we do this kind of accelerators specifically for women in the northeastern region. And I think there is one dedicated to Tamil Nadu also. If I'm not wrong, I've read somewhere this is also specifically for women entrepreneurs. So it will be so nice to have these, or build up these accelerator programs, women centric in Northeast. And then you should always have a safe space. The journey of an entrepreneur is boosted by a thriving culture and ecosystem that provides support for them. Right? So a heaven that fosters creativity and values originality, provides entrepreneur with benefits such as learning from other mistakes, sharing knowledge, making lifelong connections, business connections, learning new business skills, and keeping updated with the changing trends. So it can be done by creating these kinds of safe space for women, and all these accelerated programs and all these networking group, they actually do that. And lastly, I would say we should, there's always be something called as to celebrate human entrepreneurs. And there are a lot of awards which government gives, not just the government, but there's certain private players also. They um, another way to build a supportive ecosystem, they just acknowledge the entrepreneurial spirit in form of awards. um, and there's like I said that BIRAC gives that women in entrepreneurial research, and there are many others. If you go on the net, you'll find. And then not just that, there are a lot of social media groups, and there's who play a wonderful role in highlighting the success stories of women entrepreneurs. And we actually launched one of this kind of a portal called Wannabes Hub during the lockdown period. And we actually have, so this portal was actually made by 4 entrepreneurs like us, like me. And we created this portal, and where we actually paste and put stories of successful entrepreneurs. Most of the time we put on women entrepreneurs, so that people can, every story is different, but you get inspired. If this woman who has a lot of challenges in her personal life, she could do it, why can't I? So that is very important. That gives you actually a necessary adrenaline to move on. Can you move on? So, this is something which is very personal, and you should have just 3 golden rules. One is you always set your vision and stick on it. So, you have to set your vision early in your career. If you want to go into this entrepreneur journey, uh, you should have that vision always, and you always think that, yeah, at some point of your life, maybe not now, maybe you are accumulating degrees then, but you have to go on. At some point of time, you have to stick to that vision and convert that vision into reality. And you will realize, being a woman and into this entrepreneurial journey, you will realize that there are times when there you just see that you just have 2 choices: either you leave and sit at home, or you leave home and go to your office. So you really have to bounce back every time, because like I said, maintaining a work-life balance is very crucial for a woman. So you always have to bounce back, and you realize that this bouncing back happens very frequently, as you can realize. Can we move on? And then you should always, so you have all this breakdown happening in your business world, and you have to understand a lot of things. A lot of setbacks happens, a lot of decisions you have to take all the time, if you are the boss of your startup. But you always have to keep in mind that you have to give 100% to your dream, to your enterprise, because lots of people depend on you. You start with few people, and then it just graduates, it keeps on becoming big. And then they all are supported by you, so you have to give 100% always. But like I said, families, even though it's difficult to maintain the balance, but at the end of the day, they are your greatest support system, right? So being a woman, you always dream about that, to give your 100%, but always keep your family first. And this is just something personal to me, because this is what I do. And believe me, if I do this, I am always able to give 100% to my startup, right? Can you move on? So these are my contact details. If you have any questions, queries afterwards this workshop ends, you can just contact me on this. We are on all the social media portals. Just you can contact, and you can always visit our lab in IT. We are at IT Guwahati campus in the IT Research Park. So you can just always visit anytime to look at our facility. Can you move on? Yeah, so that's it. And I just end with a Steve Jobs quote. He's one of my role model, I would say, and we share the same birthday. So if you have any questions, you can just ask.
Thank you, ma'am. As I'm seeing, there is no question in the comment box. So
Okay.
thanks to you. Uh, so now we are move on to our next speaker, who is from the KIT TBI. So we have with us from KIT TBI.
Sure, मैं कहा था हम give
Okay. So our next speaker is from KIT TBI. KIT TBI Business Incubator established in 2009 as an initiative of KIT deemed to be university. The receipt of national award in 2017. It is supported by government bodies like NSTEDB, DST, MEITI, MSME, BIRAC, TDB to boost the entrepreneurial ecosystem in the country. As a technology business incubator, it has been networked with all TBIs in the country through various networks like ISBA, through which the organization is networked with AABI, European UKBI, and US NBIA. It is also a member of the Asia Pacific Incubator Network, APIN. KITBI provide an appropriate platform and environment with a world-class infrastructure of around 120,000 square feet that offer a range of incubation facilities and service to the prospective entrepreneurs to convert their innovative ideas into commercially viable products. And till date, it has already incubated and mentored 200 plus startups. KIIT is incubating startups in the domain of IT, engineering, clean tech, healthcare and life sciences, biotechnology, agri, food tech, and other social innovation areas. So we are privileged that Mr. Rajiv Khangabam from KIIT, sorry, Dr. Rajiv Khangabam is from KIIT is has with us. So what do you, sir?
Yeah, thank you very much, Ashish. So can you please start sharing the slide? So good afternoon, everybody. So myself, Dr. Rajiv Kangabam, I'm working as a manager BRTC in KIIT TVI. So thank you, Swapnali Shina, for the wonderful speech. So ma'am has already covered most of my speech. So today I'm going to brief you about what the BRTC is working on the eastern and the northeastern region of the country. So BRTC stands for BIREC Regional Techno Entrepreneurship Promotion Center. It is a regional center of BIREC, which was set up in the year 2019 at KIIT TBI Bhubaneswar. So the mandate of the BRTC is building biotech entrepreneur ecosystem in East and Northeast region of India. So we already know that the Northeast and the East has a huge potential, but due to lack of infrastructure and the lack of awareness among the peoples, the startup ecosystem is not as popular as that of the rest of the country. So with the help of BRTC and KIIT and with other incubation centers located in the East and the Northeast, we are trying our best to make the Northeast and the East a hub for the startup. So coming to some of the works which we used to do under the BRTC, we used to provide an enabling ecosystem that is to promote entrepreneurship in East and Northeast by enhancing cross-institutional collaboration and interaction between mentors, investors, and entrepreneurs. So in order to make a hub for the entrepreneurs in the East and Northeast, we are looking for institute which can cooperate with us because our office is in Bhubaneswar, so we cannot work alone to make a successful startup ecosystem in the Northeast. So we need institutes, organizations, startups to come together and carry forward so that we can compile or we can do the best to make the East and the Northeast a hub for the entrepreneurs. So for this region, we have already done a number of MOUs and Tripura University, as Sean ma'am has already informed in during her speech, we have already signed an MOU with Tripura University to enhance the ecosystem in the Tripura so that Tripura can be another hub in the Northeast in the coming years. So we also provide techno-commercial resource mining to address the prevailing gaps within the existing ecosystem. So as we all know that the Northeast and the East is huge pool of talented people are there and huge pool of natural resources are there, but the peoples are not utilizing these resources sustainably. So what we need to do that? So we need to bring the technologies which the peoples can adopt it using the natural resources or the local resources so that they can enhance their productivity as well as provide employment to the local people as well as uh, improve the socio-economic condition of the local people. The third thing is we identify and nurture startups. So uh, as we already know that lots of people want to start their own startup, but the problem with them is that the financial resources. So in order to set up a startup, they need the resources or the financial stability. So what at KIIT TBI we are doing is we are providing the financial assistance to the emerging startups from these two reasons so that they can scale up their product successfully with the resources which we are providing to them. Another one is mentoring support to the incubators. So Northeast is becoming a small hub for the startups and incubators, and so with the help of KIIT we are also providing the institutes which are located in East and Northeast to set up the incubators, and Tripura University is going to be soon have their Bionis incubator soon. So these are some of the things which we used to do. And finally, just now this, Dr. Sinha has spoken about the role of women entrepreneurship. So BRTC also have certain programs only specifically for the women entrepreneurs from the East and Northeast. So what we used to do is we used to provide training program with special focus on promoting social and women entrepreneurship and provide financial funding from different funding agencies. So which I'll be coming to the my next slide. Next slide, please. So these are the programs overview. So BRTC used to conduct minimum 7 different programs. The first one is the roadshow on essential of techno entrepreneurship. So we used to conduct 6 such roadshows in a year. So we have already conducted one in Tripura in coordination with Tripura University. And the second one is design workshop. This is a 2 days hands-on workshop on new product development and entrepreneurial communication strategies like what we are organizing today. So every year we used to conduct 2 programs. The third program is the incubation practice school. This is especially 5-day intensive training program designed for the next generation incubation managers. So now in Northeast and East, lots of incubation centers are coming up. So in order to run the incubation center successfully, the role of the incubation managers are very important. So in order to expertise and in order to provide the necessary skills and the technology, this particular program is being conducted to make the incubation managers up to date with the relevant trends which the industries is required. And another program is the Northeast Immersion Program. This is especially for connecting budding entrepreneurs from any to mature startup mentors, investors, and other stakeholders. So we used to organize once in a year. And another one is the capacity building training programs, where we used to provide insight for the 2 days on various facets of innovation-based startup development among the different peoples of the region. So this we used to conduct 6 times in a year. And another one is training program for the rural women entrepreneurs. So this is a specialized training program which we used to conduct in the east and the northeast. So every year we used to conduct 4 such training programs. Until now, we have conducted 2 training programs, one in the northeast and another in the east. And finally, we have Northeast Showcase event. This is a 2 day of continue customized program to help startups to build and scale up their business in the NE with the support of other well-established entrepreneurs from rest of the country. So we have target states, 5 from East and five from Northeast, but we are also in touch with the remaining 3 states from the Northeast: Arunachal Pradesh, Meghalaya, and Nagaland, which we have already started venturing into these states. So next slide. So BRTC was launched in 2019. So it was officially launched at Tripura University when we are conducting the roadshow. So during the last 1 year, we have completed 7 roadshows for training programs, 2 rural women entrepreneurship program, and one design workshop. But for the 2020 and 2021, due to the ongoing COVID pandemic, so our movement was restricted. But in order to achieve our vision and the mandate, we still organize the program. So for this, during this pandemic session, we have already completed 18 virtual training programs and 2 design workshops. So till now, we have more than 2,500 innovators reached from across East and Northeast through our awareness training programs, such as roadshows, live and virtual training programs, and design workshop to ignite them about bioentrepreneurship and different funding opportunities or direct fees they can take up to start their entrepreneurship. Next slide. So these are the roadshows which we have conducted. The first roadshow we have conducted at Nehu, and the second roadshow we have conducted at Tripura University. This is on 12th July 2019. The BRTC was officially launched, so we have a strong bonding with Tripura University as well in case of BRTC. And thank you, Sean, ma'am, for the help and the support till now to go in hand with Tripura University for organizing such training programs. And the third roadshow we have organized at CSI Nis Zorat, Assam. The fourth one we had in the east part, that is at Sister Nivedita University, Calcutta. The sixth one is at Adams University, Calcutta. The seventh is at Pandit Ravi Shankar University, Raipur. And the fourth one we have already had in Tezpur University. Next slide. So this is a capacity training program. So this is a 2 day structured capacity building training program, includes various aspects of ideation, starting from ideation, prototyping, product development, business plans, and go-to-market. So in order to provide the rural women to improve their socio-economic condition and to provide employment to all the rural women of East and Northeast, we have a special training programs in coordination with National Innovation Foundation of India and Spruti, which is an MSME scheme, that is scheme of fund for regeneration of traditional knowledge. So during this, with the coordination of these 2 funding organizations, we have already conducted 2 rural women entrepreneurs, one at Imphal, which was conducted from 9 to 11 November, and the second one is at Durg, Chhattisgarh, from 9 to 21st February 2020. So the training program at Infall was based on women weavers on block printing and use of natural dyes and their product for their production from natural resources. And the second one at Doug was based on mushroom cultivation technique, food processing, and post-harvest management. So we are trying to have a cluster for this kind of organization which can be funded by the security schemes. Next slide. So coming to the design workshop, we already have a design workshop at Naipur, Guwahati. So this is a 2-day intensive design workshop series is to design the skills of innovators encompassing both product design as well as business design, the two very essential elements of any innovation. And in the 2020, recently we have conducted two more virtual workshop from 13 to 16 of October 2020, which is mostly for the those PIs who have applied for the BIG any special code. Next slide. So coming to the virtual training workshop series due to the COVID, so we have started using the virtual platform in order to continue with our different programs. So first one, we have conducted Basic of Entrepreneurship series, where we have done 6 virtual workshops, including design thinking and prototyping, intellectual property right to protect innovation, reimagining business model, sustainable competitive advantage, key to success for new as entrepreneurs, regulatory issues in clinical studies of drug, pharmaceuticals, and device, and finally the exit strategies for a startup from an incubator. And coming to the next virtual training program, we have conducted another important topic, that is livestock production management series, where we have conducted 4 virtual workshops consisting of disease management and diagnosis in cattle, fisheries, and aquaponics in Northeast, latest technologies and equipment, pest and disease management, technological and entrepreneurial innovation in post-harvest uh, fisheries with focus on dyeing, dehydration, and sealing technology, because we all know that Northeast is very famous for the fermented foods and all those things. So these are some of the topics which we have done on livestock production and management series. Coming to the agri sector, we have completed a virtual workshop. The first one was on high-tech organic farming and city eco village concept, because Northeast is becoming an organic region in the country, and we already know that Sikkim is the first state in the country which is certified as the first organic state in the country. So lots of other states are coming up to be organic, to start organic farming and all those things. So for in looking after those things, we have organized that workshop on organic farming. The second one was scope of funding opportunities and institutional ecosystem for agri startups, nutraceuticals and probiotics using indigenous resources of Northeast. As we all know that Northeast, most of the states are very famous for the fermented foods. So what are the microbes which is responsible in the fermentation? So based on that, we have a very good webinar. And another one is IoT device for remote monitoring and tracking, strengthening of seed system for the Northeast, the promising species of Northeast India, affordable technology solutions for efficient farming and cultivation of medicinal plants. Next slide. So all these trainings programs were being conducted to have the local people to identify which are the schemes or which are the programs they can take up, so that BRTC in with the coordination of different institutes located in East and Northeast can help them to scale up or to take up forward any of the schemes which they think is feasible for them to take up. Next slide. So since the launch of BRTC in 2019, so till now we have reached to more than 2,400 innovators through various online and offline awareness programs as well as capacity building workshops. BRTC has reached out to 49 research and academic institutes to promote bioentrepreneurship. So from the training programs, we have identified 4 institutes for setting up 4 bioincubators are being set up in 4 different states across East and Northeast, with KIIT TBI acting as a mentor incubator. More than 100 innovators, student facility startups across East and Northeast have already registered as a BRTC volunteer. So whenever there is new call or new information, they get update and they get the necessary help from the BRTC and KIIT whenever they approach to us. BRTC has launched a special notice BIG call for a grant of 25 lakhs to support the innovation from any. And KIT TBI is being the only BIG partner of the BIG special call, received more than 110 applications. And recently we have shortlisted the 10 top proposals for providing the 25 lakh grants in it. And in order to identify the youth who have the a very good idea which can be bring into the business model or something like that. So in order to reach out to the people, so we started a program known as Mapping the Innovation Ecosystem in East and the Northeast, where we ask the people to submit a brief profile of their proposal, and we receive more than 60 numbers of applications with very good potential to bring a business. So if there is any similar call is going to come for any business, we are going to provide the opportunity to these people. And this is a compendium, so that next time whenever any special call is there, so that it will be easy for the BRTC to identify the people to whom we can contact to provide the assistance for such financial funding. So most of the state we have reached. So from the east, northeast, we have reached. Assam has the highest number of people with more than 424, and from the Odisha, which is from the east, we have more than 448, followed by West Bengal, and in from Tripura also we have more than 1,500 numbers of people who have been part of this BRTC training program, and they have been they are happy with the outcome of the training programs. So institutes, we have identified 4 types of institute. The first one is the research institute. The second is the engineering institute, basic science colleges, followed by medical college. So the number of medical colleges which we approach is very less as compared to the others colleges. Next slide. So this is the special call which I was just speaking in the last slide. So till now, from the various training programs we have conducted so far, we have identified 4 promising indigenous clusters were identified across East and Northeast during the Rural Women Entrepreneurship Training Program, which were cross-linked with various stakeholders like National Innovation Foundation, Government of India, as well as Spruti Flagship Program from MSME. So these cluster programs, we are going to provide financial assistance to the tune of more than 1 crore or something like that with the assistance of Spruti. So any one of the participants, it may be woman or male who have a cluster and working on some traditional method of livelihood, they can contact us to apply for the Spruti programs. And mapping the change maker, as I have already mentioned, so we have received more than 60 entries, and under this program, we have 4 categories. The first category is the MSc, the second is for PhD and postdoc, the third is for faculty members, and the fourth is for young startup. So we have categorized into 4 categories, and the result is going to be out very soon. We have identified the top 3 from each of the categories, and this will be a regular call. So anybody who has missed out the previous one, please do visit the KIIT TBI and BRTC website to check what are the things, upcoming programs, and this one which you can apply, so that next time you can also be part of the mapping the change maker of East and Northeast, so that we can provide and help financial assistance whenever there is any such things is coming up. So the brief about the participants' backgrounds. So 7% of the participants are mostly startup. Majority were students and research scholars, followed by faculty members and professors. Next slide. So BRTC, as I have already mentioned, that we are working from Bhubaneswar, and we in order to make in order to build a innovative ecosystem across East and Northeast. We need the help and support of different organizations located at East and Northeast. So to build the gap between the institutes so that we can work together. So we have started collaborations through memorandum of understanding so that we can uh, help each other in R&D as well as building the entrepreneurship. So these are some of the few institutes which we have started signing the MOU. The first one is CSIN Zorat, Naipur Guwahati, Nehu Shillong, and Tripura University. We have already signed, and few, like Rajiv Gandhi University, Mizoram University, and Green Foundation Imphal, we have already signed the MOU to help collaborate in research as well as in building entrepreneurs across East and Northeast. Next slide. So this is the first time the special call for biotechnology ignition grant for the Northeast region. So BIREC, after going through that in Northeast, we have a huge number of resources and talented pool. So they have identified that there is a need for a special call for the Northeast. So that this is the special call, and we got 110 proposals. Out of 110, 62 met through the preliminary screening committee, and from PSC 44 were met into the technical expert panel presentation. And recently in December 10th and 11th, in November 10th and 11th, we had the final TP presentation, and we have identified the 10 top 10 proposals to be funded for with 25 lakh is. And the good thing about this one is that after coming to know that we receive a huge number of proposals from Northeast, so BIREC is considering of making this BIG any special call a regular call, so that anyone who has a good proposal, if you miss the first one, you can apply the upcoming calls. And before applying this one, you can contact us to take our suggestion and help, so that your proposal can be one of the best proposal to be funded for under the BIG any special call. Next. So coming to the advisors, we have a very good number of people who are supporting and helping on the BRTC programs associated with East and Northeast. So we have Dr. Muhammad Aslam, who is the MD of BIREC and Scientist G, Department of Biotechnology, Government of India. And we have Professor Anil K. Gupta, who is the founder of Honeybee Network and National Innovation Foundation, Ahmedabad. And we have Dr. Professor Pawan Sharma, who is a visiting research professor, College of Veterinary Science, Guwahati. We have Dr. Manish Dhawan, who is the head strategy, partnership, and entrepreneurship development, BIREC New Delhi. We have from the entrepreneurs, Dr. Manoj Kumar, who is the co-founder and CEO of Social Alpha, which is based at Bangalore. And from Northeast, we have Dr. Sarpana B. Barua, who is the head Center for Industrial Extension, Indian Institute of Entrepreneurs, Guwahati. Next slide. So these are some of the mentors. So here in the first, we have Dr. Sion Roy Chaudhary, and today I'm happy to inform you that recently we have signed an agreement with a number of faculty members and startups and CEOs across East, Northeast region to be part of the mentor, because the number of applications we receive from the Northeast is increasing. So in order to handle such voluminous amount of applications, we need to increase the number of mentor pool. So for that reason, even Dr. Sean and Dr. Sinha, who has just spoken, all the members and who are going to speak after the post launch, they are also becoming the mentors, so that if any one of you have a specific idea, so all the mentors can help you. So what you need to do is you just need to contact us, any one of us from the BRTC team or the KIIT team with your problem, so that we can reach you out to the concerned person so that they can help you. So if any one of you is having any problem, like for financial or for IP or for funding or something like that, we have all the mentors from different pools, so that you will get all what is essential under a single platform. So next slide. So these are the few of the news clippings which was reported in various prints and electronics medias about the program which we have conducted at IST Guwahati, NIPER Guwahati, and some of the news information which was shared in the local newspapers. Next slide. So these are some of the small glimpses with of some of the participants where we have done the training program. And the bottom part, you can see this is the official launch of the BRTC on 12 July 2019 at Tripura University with Dr. Manish Dhawan, Dr. Mrityunjay Shur, who was our CEO of KIIT TBI, Dr. Namrata Mishra, Dr. Taranjit Kaur from BRTC. So this is the official this one launch of the BRTC at Tripura University. Next slide. So till now, whatever I have shared with you is the programs which the BRTC used to handle across East and Northeast. So right now, I would like to share a brief about what KIIT TBI we used to do for the startups and the entrepreneurs across pan India. So KIIT TBI is the technology business incubator which is located in Bhubaneswar. What we used to do is we are pursuing, nurturing, and translate idea into entrepreneurs. Because today most of the participants, I think they are the one who wants to start their entrepreneurs and all those things. So if any one of you are interested to know details about that one, you can go through the website of KIIT TBI, and I'll be sharing a brief information about what are the facilities we're having and what you can approach to us. Next slide. So about the KIIT TBI. So KIIT TBI was established in 2009. It's a non-profit incubator from Eastern Zone who has embarked upon promoting innovation ecosystem by providing incubation and acceleration support to startups in the domain of biotech, life science, medical technology, IT, and embedded systems, and other social innovation areas in education, agriculture, and healthcare, etc. So the KIIT TBI has been supported by different funding organizations like DST, MITI, MSME, DBT, TDB, DSIR, Ministry of Food Processing, Government of India to boost entrepreneurial ecosystem in the country. Till now, we have more than 200 plus startups incubated in our incubation center. 60 have already graduated from our incubation, and 96 physically incubated right now. 45 had virtually incubated because some of the PIs they are from other parts of the country, so it's difficult for them to be fully associated, fully stationed at Bhubaneswar. So we have a flexible virtual incubation. So they take the initiative of the virtual incubation, and more than 45 are incubated through virtually. And till now, 24 have created intellectual property rights of their products and technology which they come across. Next slide. So what is the advantage when you associate with KIIT TBI? So we used to provide few things compared to the other incubators they also provide. So these are some of the things which used to provide. So infrastructure, we used to provide office space, meeting rooms, electricity, internet, lab, analytical facilities, etc. Then business service, help with non-care business activities, save times and money. So that includes registration, license, strategy, advice, market research, IP, regulatory compliance, etc. Third is financing, leverage the credibility of the incubator and the portfolio of the investor to overcome financial gaps. And finally is people connectivity. So in order to have a successful entrepreneur ecosystem, you need to enrich your knowledge from different sections of the people. So learning, exchange of ideas, psychological support, partnership, and business relationship. Next slide. So in order to have a successful incubator facility, we have a state-of-art lab facilities which was funded by different funding organizations. We have a prayers fab lab, laboratory, bioprocess facility, analytical facility, molecular biology, plant tissue culture, and food testing laboratory. So if any one of you are interested to take the advantage of any of our facilities which I have mentioned here, please do contact the concerned person by visiting the KIIT TBI website, and we will be helping you in any of the facilities if we have for a successful uh, uh, for a successful startup. And compared to the other industries, whatever how much the charges we are charging for utilizing the resources or the facility will be much cheaper compared to the others in the market. So you can visit and you can utilize the resources which you have and the facilities. Next slide. So, so KTVI, we are innovation enablers. So, starting from BRTC, which was established to promote incubation and entrepreneurs in East and Northeast. We have DST Tech, which is Technology Enabling Center, which help in ecosystem for technology development in universities and R&D institutes. And we have the BIG Sports scheme to promote translation of innovation ideas from proof of to proof of concept. And we have National Biopharma Mission, which is very much active in providing training and to promote skill in development program, which is very much relevant and required for the industries. And recently, we are happy to inform you that we have a TTO office, that is Technology Transfer Office, to enhance academic industry interlinkage and provide increased opportunities for academia to translate knowledge into products and technologies. So any of the institute which has their technology and they want to transfer their technology or they want to sell their technology, the TTO which is coming up in the KIIT TBI will help them in transfer of their technology. And we are also having another 30 people who will be working under the TTO office. Next slide. So what are the funding opportunities if anyone wants to start a career in a startup or something like that? There are n numbers of fundings, but only thing is you need to identify which particular area you're going to work. So these are some of the fundings which I have mentioned. That is the DSC Nidhi EAR, KIIT Award, Barek Sitare, MSME BI, DSC Nidhi Priyas, MITI Tied to EIR scheme, and Barek Biotechnology Ignition Grant, which is very much popular among the startup people. Next slide. Next. So coming to the biotechnology ignition grant, so the few slides before, whatever the BIG grant I was speaking is especially for the Northeast. So this All India BIG is for 50 lakhs grant. So this is a startup funding program of BIRAC to support research project that aim to establish or validate proof of concept from a promising and innovative technology with commercial potential. So who can apply? Individual research scientists, professor, clinicians, and biotech startup, which is less than 5 years from the time of call of proposal. And the focus area: agriculture, drug and device, healthcare device and diagnostics, bioenergy, industrial biotech, waste management, nutraceuticals, and BIG data analysis. And I'm happy to inform you that Dr. Sion and Dr. Shina, who has been part of today's design workshop, they are the grantees of this BIG 50 lakhs. So they are the successful entrepreneurs who has already received the BIG grant of 50 lakhs. Next slide. So coming to the Biraxitari program, schemes promotes orientation, training, and funding for young students to embrace translational research for development of innovative products and technology addressing unmet needs. So there are two programs. The first one is the Biraxitari Guide, which is for students pursuing masters and PhD in any of the discipline, and the funding is up to 15 lakhs of funding support. The second one is Biraxitari Appreciation Grant Award, is for students pursuing graduation in any discipline, and the grant is up to 1 lakh. So anybody who is studying in the graduation level also can start applying for funding under these schemes. Next slide. So this is the BIRAC Sports Program, which is a social innovation fellowship. It's a flagship program of BIRAC Government of India and at addressing the problem of societal relevance through technological solutions. So if anybody of you is interested to work on any one of the societal problem, you can apply for this program. The fellowship is a structured 18-month experience in identifying and characterizing clinical needs, screening and prototyping solution. So the applicants can be starting from graduation or students who are in the final years of graduation. So what are the benefits of this SIP fellowship? Is support for facilities and mentorship to individual SIP fellow, hand-holding and mentoring related to intellectual property, business, legal, and follow-on funding opportunities, office space and lab access, participation in any of the program organized by KIIT TBI. And the PI of this program will be getting 50,000 per month with an additional 5 lakh of Kickstart grant, which is for 18 months. Next slide. So coming to the DSC Nidhi EIR grant, which is an entrepreneur in residence program, is one of the programs introduced under Nidhi to inspire the best talent to be entrepreneurs to minimize the risks involved in pursuing startups and partially set off their opportunity cost of high-paying job. So the applicants can be from graduation to any to hire postgraduate and PhD scholars. So the key benefits of this Nidhi EIR fellowships are support from facilities and mentor to individual EIR if they find any difficulties with the list of the mentors we're having, then provide hand-holding and mentoring related to IP, business, legal and contract, office space and lab facilities, participation in any of the programs organized by KIIT TBI, and the fellowship is up to 30,000 per month, which is for a duration of 12 months. Next slide. So coming to the TIDE program, MITI Technology Incubation and Development of Entrepreneurship, TIDE 2 is a scheme of strengthening close to already 2,000 technology startups in selected area of national concern by leveraging emerging technologies and empowering financial support in the form of entrepreneurs in residence. Grant and investment are to be provided to startups. So the area under focus are digital health, precision agriculture, financial transition, security, clean and green environment, clean energy solution, advanced communication technology. So anybody who is in graduate level can apply for this program, women entrepreneurs and startups. So the funding is for up to 4 lakhs for a duration of 12 months. Next slide. So coming to the Nidhi, DSC Nidhi Priya scheme, which is a national initiative for developing and harnessing innovation, is an umbrella program conceived and developed by the Innovation and Entrepreneurship Division, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India for nurturing ideas and innovation, knowledge-based and technology-driven into a successful startup. So the focus areas are manufacturing, agriculture, healthcare, clean tech, energy, water, and IoT. So the minimum criteria for applying is graduated individual or in a team. The grant is for prototyping up to 10 lakhs for a duration of 18 months. Next slide. So with this brief information, if due to the shortage of time, I cannot explain more details about the program. There are a huge number of programs. So please do contact KIIT TBI. So here I am giving my email ID with my contact number. So this is an all photo with our KIIT TBI member. Now we are almost 60 plus number of people working under KIIT TBI. And thank you once again, Tripura University, for organizing such an training program in the need of the time. And if anyone who is attending these programs wants to know details about what are the other schemes available, please free to contact us, or you can contact Dr. Sion, who can reach us to us. Thank you once and all.
Thank you, sir. Uh, so here I have a question. We have a question for you from
Yes.
Fard Thayam. He says that when will be next call for Sfurti scheme of fund for regeneration of traditional industries?
For Spruti, there is no specific call, so it's throughout the year. But they used to conduct the presentation 2 to 3 times in a year. So what you have to do is, if you have identified a cluster and if you want to apply, you can contact in my email ID. I have shared so that I can forward the details what you need to fill it, and you have to send it back to the Spruti team, which is part of our KIIT TPI, and they will be in touch with you to make your proposal a success.
Okay, thank you, sir, for your presentation on KIIT TBI programs. So thank you once again. Now we have a 1 hour lunch break. We are again resume our program from 2 p.m. I requested to all of to please join with us after lunch break. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
मेरा दिख रहा है क्या? देखो तो।
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to this virtual design workshop jointly organized by Institutions Innovation Council Tripura University and BRTC KIIT TBI. Now we have our next speaker, Dr. Sonali Roy, who is the Incubation Manager of National Institute of Pharmacological Education and Research, Guwahati. She earned her PhD in Life Science Molecular Toxicology from Biswavarati University, Santiniketan in 2005. She has 29 research publications and filed 2 patents till now. She has been also associated with different startups and innovations. For example, Center for Nature Conservation, Biosafety Private Limited, Asset Plus Consultancy, Sakriya, a business for organic farming and food processing, to name a few. I welcome you, madam. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. I hope I am audible. So I have submitted my PPT. Can you please show this? Yeah, thank you. So good afternoon, participants. And yes, it's a challenge for you and for me also that you should not sleep. Okay. So hello everyone. I'm from National Institute of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, Guwahati. We have a Bionist Incubation Center, and I'm heading the center. And today we will talk about the entrepreneurship as an alternative career. So I have already visited your university in this year March. So probably some of you already attended my talk on that day. So let's start today's talk. Okay. So next slide, please. Yeah. So our Bionist Naiper Guwahati Center is to encourage the youth and to assure the youth of the Northeast in India for the nurturing of startups. We are specially taking care of the healthcare sectors and the bio business. Okay. So before starting my talk, let's talk about some history. Okay, so you may be surprised that I am talking about the history while I'm supposed to talk about the entrepreneurship. So why I'm talking about the history, that in the history, or if you go for the geography, you can uh, understand, or you might have recognized that the most resourceful area or the most resourceful continent in the world is the Africa. But if you see about the poverty level, yes, Africa also again in the number one. So what is that? That they have lot of natural resources, but they are not in the forefront. Whereas that US and Europe, they are in the forefront where their natural resources is much, much lesser than the Africa. So that is one important question. And again, if you come to our country, see, Northeast region is the most resourceful part of the country. We have the natural resources. We are under the biodiversity hotspot area. We have lovely nature, many floras and faunas which are not available in rest of the part of the India. They have many medicinal property, as well as they have many economic properties or economic value, but we are not in the forefront if we calculate the per capita income of our country. And whereas if we go for the per capita income in no natural resources, and of course there are this surrounded by many parts of the sea and run area where trees are not growing, and also animal diversity also very less, but they are in the forefront. And if you go for the Delhi is another state where the natural resources are maybe very very less, but if you go for the per capita income, it is in high. Also in Maharashtra, especially if you look at the Mumbai and surrounding areas, of course they have very high per capita income. So in spite of having the natural resources, we have the less per capita income, and the other people who don't have the resources, but how they become rich or how they earn more. So that is the thing where we have to think. And then if you think properly, then you can find it out that yes, they are doing the business. So the entrepreneurship is the thing which actually help them to earn more and to survive better, whereas we are in lagging behind, because in spite of having the great natural resources, we are not utilizing it for the benefit of our society. At the same time, that another thing is conservation is another thing where we are losing our unique floras and faunas day by day. Okay, so that is the thing, that entrepreneurship. So next slide please. So from this story we can just calculate, or we can just jot it down, what is the role and importance of entrepreneurship. So entrepreneurship is the pivot of the economic development, as I am discussing about the per capita income. So all those things are, where entrepreneurship is the pivot. And at the same time, it's organizer or of society's productive resources. So if you become an entrepreneur, or the entrepreneurs actually take care of the productive resources of the society, and they contribute in the production of new products. So if they have some innovation in their mind, so entrepreneurs actually bring the new products to the market, and then they do the business, and then they become rich. And at the same time, so when they develop the new products, they will develop the new market obviously, and then in the due course they will help in bringing changes in the social framework. So these are the things where the entrepreneurs can create something, or they can contribute. So at the same time, the contribution to generate employment opportunities. If you are an entrepreneur, you will employ many people, where they can generate they can work, and you can generate the employments. At the same time, entrepreneurship, it contributes to raise the standard of living to the people who are working in that company or the firm. And at the same time, entrepreneurship encourage to the investigation and research. Okay, so if they become successful, they will find out another new products. So these new products or innovations, it actually come through the investigation and research. So entrepreneurship has a effect on the investigation and research in the R&D institutes or universities. Okay, so next slide please. So many times, if you see the dialogue or conversation with the business gurus, people used to ask that, how can I do $1 million business, or how can I do $1 billion business? And most of the time, you can see one way or the other, the business tycoons or the business management experts, they said that if you can solve $1 million problem, you can get the $1 million business. So actually, entrepreneurship means the solving of the problems. Suppose a very small example. So in a village, there is no shop or grocery shop, you can say. And if someone opens a grocery shop, obviously he will get the business. He can do the business very nicely. Or suppose in a very very hot area, if you can invent the something like AC, you can get the business. So that is the thing, that you have to solve a major problem, which is a real problem of the day to day life, and the people are, and you have to find out that the people whether they are interested to buy your solution or not. So if you can find out the perfect solution of a problem which is already in market, then you can do good business. So that is the thing. Okay, next slide please. So people can say several things, that if you want to be an entrepreneur, you have to be mad, you should have visionary, then discipline, strong work ethics, honest, creative, confident, competitive, open minded, so many things. But if we can find out, next please. So if we can jot it down, what are the things which required for the entrepreneurs, or what should be the main criteria to be an entrepreneur will be, next please, that there should you should have some personal traits and characteristics so that you can be a good entrepreneur. For example, the entrepreneurs, they should have a passion and action orientation. They should have the internal locus of control, high energy level, self confidence, tolerance for ambiguity, self reliance and desire for independence, high need for achievement, if you need flexibility. So all these things if you want, then it I will suggest you should go for an entrepreneurship instead of going to 9 to 6 job. Okay, next please. So why you should go for entrepreneurship, then we can find out, we can discuss about the five most important points. That if you have an idea that needed to be taken to the market, as I already discussed, if you have a perfect solution of a severe problem in the market, you should go for entrepreneurship. Then if you prefer to be own your own boss, and you want to be you want to have your own business, you should go for entrepreneurship. And if you want to desire for better work personal balance, so if you go for a job, then you have to follow the um, job description as set by your boss. But if you want to be if you want to have better work personal balance, then you can go for entrepreneurship, where you can be your own boss and you can balance it. And also, if you felt entrepreneurship would be more financially rewarding, yes it is. If you are a hardworking, then you should go for entrepreneurship. And the last thing is scope of work in a more creative or innovative manner. If you want to do it is your things in an innovative manner or creative manner, so you have to have your own business or your own office, so that you can do it in the innovative way. You don't have to listen to any other person. Okay, next please. Next slide please. Yeah. So what are the factors which is responsible for the entrepreneurs? There may be some internal factors which is already in the person's it is already present in the person, and there will be some external factors also which actually triggered the entrepreneurship. For the internal factors, as there is, if you have desire to do something new, which already we discussed, and if you have the proper educational background and experience, you can go for the entrepreneurship, or people want to go for the entrepreneurship. And there are some external factors also, for example government assistance and support, then availability of labor and raw material, encouragement from big business houses, and promising demand for the product. So these are the external factors which actually trigger a successful entrepreneurship. And what I feel, that at this moment India is in a position where these external factors are ready to support any new startups or any new entrepreneurs. So if you have the internal factors within you, I think you can go for entrepreneurship as a career option. Okay, next please. But I must inform you something which is actually uh, the tip of the iceberg. Okay, because it is not that if you can do the entrepreneurship you will become successful always. So this is it's a fit small business data. It's a chart by them where they have shown that business percentage of failure of the business throughout the years. So in the first year 100% of the startups used to be successful. In the second year more than 20% closed. By third year more than 30% closed. By fourth year about 40% closed, and on the fifth year it's about 55-56%, which is success and survive in the market. Okay, so that problem is that the survivability of the startups, that is a very important thing. And these startups, if you don't have the proper planning before starting your business, it's a very common thing that your startups may not become successful. Okay, next please. So uh, yeah, so data showed that almost 95% of the startups actually fail in India. Okay, next please. Yeah. So more than 90% startups in India fail in their first 5 years. So how you will become a successful entrepreneurs? That is the thing. And if you want to be successful entrepreneurs, you have to know what are the factors why this business or startups fails in the first 5 years. Next, please. So the causes of the failure of the entrepreneurship are like this. So there may be lack of visible concept, lack of market knowledge, lack of technical skill, lack of seed capital. You may not have the enough money to launch the business. Lack of business knowledge. You may not have the market knowledge, or you may not have the business knowledge. If you have the market knowledge, then you have to know how to do the business. Then motivation is another important factor, especially for India, because if you fail, then you may think that social stigma is there in India, so they have failed. So don't think about the social stigma. So that is another thing. Just motivation, motivate yourself. Then time pressure and distractions are there. Most of the startups, they are youngsters, they have to have established in their family. So that is another thing. Then legal constraints and regulations, and of course the monopoly and protectionism from the large players. So that is another important thing. So these are the cause of the failure of the entrepreneurship. So what we have to do, we have to just come out of this cause. So how we can come out from this cause, that I will discuss in the next slides. Next please. So that you have to have a solid plan. Planning is very important to start your startups. Okay, so how to plan, that I will discuss in the next slides. Next please. So there are several steps in the entrepreneurial process. There are different business schools, they have different idea. So I feel for the beginners these are very easy to understand. So I have collected it like this. First thing is discovery, then concept development, then resourcing, then actualization, and the harvesting. So I have divided into the 5 steps, and what are the steps and what are the details of the steps, that I will go one by one. Next please. So in the discovery phase, it is the stage in which the entrepreneur actually generates the idea, and then it recognizes the opportunity, and studies the market, whether this idea is actually required for the market or not. If it is required by the market, then how to do the business, or how to approach, or how to pitch your product, that is very, very important thing. So few days back I was listening a talk by a business professional. So what they have done, they know that they have lot of grapes, okay, and they were searching for the market. Now they have heard that raisins are good for breast cancers. So in Europe, they have just marketed the grapes, they just dried them, and then they sold in the Europe as a superfood to fight breast cancer. So they pitched their grapes in that way. So they marketed their grapes in that way. So that is the thing, that your thing, whether it is required in the market, and if it is required, how do you pitch your product, that is an important thing. So in the discovery phase, these are the things where you have to work, and if you find out the proper way, then you can just move to the next steps. So next slide please. So the previous one, concept development. Yes. So once you have decided that yes, this is the idea, and this is, there is requirement in the business or in the market, and I can find out the opportunities to sell my product, then you have to develop your concept, how to go to the market. So how to prepare your product, how to manufacture your product. So these are the next steps. So these steps we call concept development. So here what you have to do, you have to develop a business plan, which will be a detailed proposal describing the business idea. So how to do the um, how to go for the production, what should be the scale, what should be the price, what should be the market price, what is the labor charge. So all those things will be in detail in the business plan. Okay, so this is very, very important part of the concept development and of whole of your market or whole of your entrepreneurship. This is the very, very important part. And then another thing is that you have to choose your business location where your things will be can be sold. So if you have something which is good for a uh, warm country, you cannot sell it in the cold country. Or if you have something which is good to sell in the good to go for the health in the warm cold countries, you cannot sell it in the warm countries. So these are the things. So you have to choose your business location as per your idea. Then you have to think about the IPR, intellectual property rights, so that your idea should not be stolen with someone. So this is the phase, that concept development phase, where you can decide that what type of IPR you need. It can be a product patent, it can be a process patent, it can be a trademark, or it can be anything. It can be also trade secret also. Okay, so this is the concept development phase where you have to find out all those things, and you have to make everything aligned here. Okay, so next please. So after the concept development, you have to think about the resourcing. See, whenever you want to start anything, business or anything, you need the resource, because if you want to start your manufacturing unit, you have to purchase the machineries, you have to pay to the labor. Then if you want to do business, you have to go for marketing. So marketing expenses will be there. So manpower, marketing, machines, then other things will be there. So all those things need the resource, actually the monetary resource or financial resource. So this is the stage, the resourcing stage, in which the entrepreneur identifies and acquires the financial, human and capital resources needed for the venture or startups. Okay, so this is one of the very important phase of your entrepreneurship develop start before starting your entrepreneurship, in the planning phase. Next please. So when your business plan is ready, when your resource is ready, you have to go to the market, or you have to come up in the field. This is the stage in which the entrepreneur actually operates the business. If it is a production, they actually produce and go to the market. If it is a service, they have to market their service, find out the clients, and at the same time it utilizes the resources to achieve its goals or objectives. So here, after planning and finding out the resources in the actualization phase, you have to find out, you have to go for the market production, and you have to start your marketing. So this is the phase where the it you can say it is the litmus test whether your entrepreneurship is going smoothly or not. And if it is not, then you have to go back to your business plan, you have to find out the loopholes, and then you have to rectify it, come up again in the business. Okay, so this we said the actualization stage. Next please. So the when everything is okay, then last part is harvesting. Okay, so in this phase, the entrepreneurs decides on future's growth of the venture. So whether it should go for the scale up, it should go for the development of new wings, or if it is not possible to run the startups, if it is not successful, then you have to just think about whether you will close your entrepreneur enterprise or not. Okay, so this phase we said the harvesting phase, where actually we decide that whether our venture is okay, very good, no, like that. Okay, so this we say the harvesting phase. Next please. So I must say that to become an entrepreneur is easy, but a successful entrepreneurs, it's really required a very, 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 very hard work. So if you want to be successful as an entrepreneur, you should be ready with your mind that you have to do very hard work, and then you have to, you can go for it. So to become an entrepreneur, it's not because just you want to do, you have to be an entrepreneur, but you should, I mean, it should be in your mind that yes, I want to be an entrepreneur. Okay, so then only you should go for the entrepreneurship. And as I told that you need a solid business idea, then you have to test the idea, you have to write the detailed business plan, and the calculate if your plan is financially viable or not. So these are the main things to before starting the entrepreneurship you should do. Next please. So as I told that business plan, it is the very, very important thing. So my suggestion is you should always get help in the evaluating of the plan from the experts. Okay. So in the expert groups, yes, BIRAC, BRTC is there, and we, the incubation centers, we also help in the business plan, because incubation center used to have the wide network with the professionals. Okay, with the industrial professionals and many other type of professionals which can who can readily evaluate your idea, and then they can help to rectify your business plan. Okay, next please. So as I told that you need to think about the resource, so you need the financial support. So this financial support can be from three different phase or three different area. First one, of course, the own investments or other private investments, for example, family, friend, then venture capitals, then crowdfunding. So many things can be. Okay. The next thing, it can be the startup grants from government or the private agencies. And the third things that the loans, you can take the loans, and then you can start your business. Okay. Next please. So my suggestion is, if you want to do or if you want to go for entrepreneurship, you should educate yourself for the entrepreneurship. And very important is the networking. You should network inside and outside your business area, because you don't know from where you can get the opportunity. Okay, so if you are all set for this, so you can just go for the entrepreneurship. Okay, so next please. So before going to further, I just want to show you some of the entrepreneurs or the researchers of the Northeast India who recently got the big grant, I mean the financial support from the BIRAC for developing their products. Okay, I'm especially showing this because very recently we have got the results, and our institute, Naipur Guwahati, we are actually mentoring the people, and among them, four of them successful for this big grant. And the first of them is the Green Biotech Eco Solutions. It's a startup from the Manipur where they actually make uh, provide solutions for the uh, poultry and then piggery and dairy farms, where that also the fishery farm where the juvenile deaths are in a large amount due to the diarrhea for the E. coli or other microorganisms. Okay, so they will go to develop their solutions, and already they have tested the first things in the market. So they have contacted with the farm owners. They actually need this product. They have done the market study. Then they have prepared the product in lab scale with it's successful, and they applied approach to BRTC with the Northeast BIG grant, and they cracked the grant. So it's a very inspiring story from two ladies of Manipur. Okay, next please. So another one is Mr. Nilotpal Kaushik. He is a very young engineer from the Guwahati itself, where he has developed a market-ready adaptive myoelectric hand sensor using sensory feedback. So normally amputee they used to have the uh, artificial limbs, but they actually cannot sense whether what they're touching it's hot or cold, or it is smooth or rough, or they cannot be able to touch or hold the things very uh, nicely. Okay, so they have actually going to develop this limb and going to market it in a whole Northeast India. So they also was under our mentorship from the very beginning. They also incubated at Assam Startup, and they cracked the big NER grant. Okay, next please. He is Dr. Sanjay Banerjee. He is from Naipur itself. So, he is an associate professor and working on the technology department. He actually working on the indigenous variety of banana, which is known as Bhimkol in Assam. It's actually seeded banana, which is having the high nutrition value. Okay, so his idea is to de-seeded the pulp and then dry it, and then he actually tested it for its speciality, and then his idea is to make instant infant food as well as to make a supplement for the adult. So he also cracked the big grant, and soon his product will come to the market. Next. So he's Dr. Deepak Bharadwaj. Actually, his things is somehow the drug delivery sort of things. He actually want to make a patch sort of thing for the external tumors in human as well as in cattle, so that the external tumors can be reduced and can be nullified with his product. So he will also incorporate his company very soon, and of course this thing will take more than 2 year time to come up in the market, because there are many regulations, regulatory authorities are there, so he have to take the permission or the clearance from the regulatory body. So he needs some time to develop his product, but he already got the big grant. Okay, next please. So he is Dr. Swear. He is postdoc fellow in Nehu, along with Dr. Giri from KIIT TBI. They have done they have proposed a very unique idea where they can detect actually for what thing the ear infection is there, and accordingly they can suggest a personalized treatment to the patients, to the doctors. So they also crack the big grant. So these five people, actually among the 10 big grantees, we mentored them, and 5 of them they have successful in the whole northeast region. I mean, among the 10 big NER projects, Sniper Guwahati actually got 5 of them. Next, please. So he is Dr. Pritam Chattopadhyay. He got the big national in last year. So his idea is to manufacture the nature identical vanillin, which is not available in the market. Whatever the vanillin we used to buy from the market, those are the artificial vanillin, and the real vanillin, the natural vanillin, it is difficult to get in the market because the production is very less and the demand is very high. Okay, so what he going to make, it's a nature identical vanillin. Nature identical vanillin means they should be the ferulic acid should be the precursor, and at the same time there will be the no harm, it's a non-toxic. So he will uh, prepare it through the biotransformation process from the agro waste, and you can see from the slides the amount. So from 100 gram per liter to he can get 0.075 gram per liter, but please look at the price, the change of the price, so how costly it is in the market. He has also done some preliminary work, and he got the big national for 50 lakhs. Okay, so next please. So why we have received the so many big grants just after incorporation within 1 year or so? So actually, by Sniper Guwahati, we adopted some steps, and those steps we actually divided into 4 major part. One is the mentorship and technical advisory via experts from our institute as well as the institutes of in our network, and then we actually support them with the legal help. Then we help them to develop the vendor and distribution channel, and then financial assistance from the government and seed funds. So thorough mentorship is to do, so that the startups, they can come up with their idea, they can generate the POC, scale up it, and go to the market to be a successful entrepreneur. Next please. So as I told that we actually work in the we divided our work in the 4 different fields, that technical, legal, financial, and commercial. So next please. So technical advisory, as I told you that we have the institutes in our network, as well as we have the infrastructure, and for the laboratory work or anything, our in-house experts are there who can help in day-to-day working. Next please. So we have different infrastructure with almost every sort of equipments required for the healthcare sectors. Next please. And these are the institutes which are institutes or companies and the industries in our collaboration. Of course, we have the collaboration with the KIIT TBI and many institutes of Northeast as well as across India. We have connection with the companies like Hindustan Antibiotics Limited, then BVG, then Reliance, then UTS, Fujifilm, Natco, and many other companies. So where we can get the help both from the academics and from the industries to leverage this to our incubators. Next please. So actually, we are trying to do networking between the governments, MNCs, SMEs, IGOs, NGOs, financial sectors, etc. And we look after the leveraging, financing networks, then introductions to the parties, then feedback, and then knowledge exchange, also joint venture, partnership, projects, research, etc. So these whole things actually work where when it actually help to the startups or the entrepreneurs to be successful in future. Next. So, among the legal support, there will be the patenting, tech transfer. Of course, you know that BRTC have the tech transfer office. Then the regulatory affairs, for example, the permissions from the IU, CDSCO, FSSAI, all those things. Then incorporation of startups. So, all we actually help them to get all these things done very easily or quickly. Next, please. Yeah, I am thankful to KIIT TBI for this and the next slide. Actually, I have borrowed from them. So there you can see the funding programs for every stage of technology development and commercializations, from ideation to POC to prototyping, then testing or scaling up or the commercialization. There are many different government agencies as well as the companies or private funding, CSR funds, startup funds for developing your product or for developing your entrepreneurship. So BRTC, they have their connections, and also NIPER have their own connections. So, and we actually work together to help the startups. Next, please. So this is also another slide which I have borrowed from Dr. Namrata, and thanks for this to Dr. Namrata. These are actually the schemes from BIRAC, which is available from the students, or researchers to the entrepreneurs or startups. From ideation to the market level, there can be seed fund, leaf fund, ACE fund, PSU, and if you go for the different schemes like SIIP, Srishti, BIG, AIR, UIC, SIDRI, CRS, BIPP. So many different types of grants available in different phases of your entrepreneurship development, if it is innovation and technology oriented. Next, please. So as I told you that our told about our big grantee, I have introduced them. So just I want to let you know what is big grant. Probably Dr. Namrata also informed you about this. So there is two different grant, that is big national, where grant in aid is up to 50 lakhs and it comes for 18 months, and anyone can apply. And the next one is a special grant for Northeast India, that is big NER grant, where grant in aid is up to 25 lakh and time 24 months. So this is actually funding program of DBT BIRAC, where they help the aspirant entrepreneurs with the sound idea to come up in the market. So next, please. So I think Dr. Namrata or someone from BRTC maybe already discussed about this or will discuss. So just I want to show the structure of the big application, because as per my experience, the most difficult problem is that grant writing. So where people actually miss the major points. So there are different sections in the big application, like title, proposal summary, objectives and proposed approach, team, novelty, opportunity. So these things are very important. So team, novelty, opportunity, then what are the risk factor associated with your product, preliminary work, how much you have done, then what is your future plan of commercialization, what is your IPR strategy, and the budget details with justification. So these are the main heads where you have to, following them, you have to write the big grant. And always you should remember that it's actually the selling your idea to the funding agency. So if you can sell your idea, you can get the big grant. Okay, not only big grants, for any grants actually you have to convince the reviewers with your idea. So that is actually your marketing strategy. Next please. So about the commercial support, we actually provide the training, orientation, innovation assessment, and the business plan uh, assessment for the applicants or our incubatees, so that it can be easier for them to go to the market and get the marketing knowledge. Okay, next please. So if you are confident that yes you can do, so I must say yes, you can do it, and you can go for the entrepreneurship in your as your career instead of a 9 to 5 job. Next please. So I just want to discuss about the few current openings at this moment. Bairak have the Sitare opening. This is actually for the students. If you have any idea, you can apply for this. The grant is for 15 lakhs for 2 years. And if anyone want to apply for Sitare grant, if you want any mentorship from our institute or from me, you can contact me directly. Also, there is a Bairak Mission COVID Suraksha that is also open, and Sitare last date is 31st December, and probably COVID Suraksha in January. You can go to the Bairak website and check at any moment. Okay, next please. So, Naipur Guwahati opened one online ideathon program where actually you can get a prize money as well as the incubation support for 3 lakh for 2 lakh rupees of three for the best three innovation ideas. So three innovation idea, all of them will get 2 lakh rupees each as an incubation support. At Naipur Guwahati, you can generate the POC from your idea with the support from Naipur, and then you can go to the you can apply for the higher grants where we will mentor them for application. Okay, so I just request all of you, if you have any idea, you please just drop a mail or just send your idea to me. You can also get this in our website also. Last date is 15 December. So if you any one of you want to apply, just contact me. And if you need any guidance or mentorship for the application, so I can help you. Okay, next please. So if you have any question, you can call me or WhatsApp me. My number is 9678007196. Also, you can write me at any time, royshonali2005@gmail.com. So that's all for today. And if anyone have any question, I am happy to answer it. So I would like to request to the organizers, if anyone have any question, so I can just answer them. And also, if anyone wants my phone number or my mail ID, you can please share with them so that if they need any help, so I am ready for that. Okay. So that's all from me today. If there is no question, then I can just.
Thank you, madam, for your valuable words. It seems there is no question till now. Now we have with us Pactora Laboratories, which is a Guwahati-based startup by alumni of IIT Guwahati. and IIT Indore. It was registered as company on 2020. This company involves in developing peptide-based therapeutic solutions for infectious and non-infectious disease. I welcome Dr. Gaurav Gerat from Peptra Laboratories. Over to you, sir.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Uh, so we'll be talking about a company which we have founded as this. It was introduced that it was started in January of 2020, and it's a research-based company, and we are working towards peptide-based interventions. So if you can put up the slideshow. I request the organizers to put up the slideshow for the presentation. This is some other company. This is the wrong presentation. I'm sorry. Yeah, that will do. Yes. So, as I was rightly introduced, I'm the founder and director of Pepthera Laboratories Private Limited, which was started in January of 2020. And the company is a research based outfit. And how we have imagined it to be is that it will be among the premier companies in India, which will be developing new therapies, which will be based on peptides for both prevention and treatment of infectious and non infectious diseases. Our primary aim is to work towards the antimicrobials and then move on towards the anti cancer part of the therapeutics initially, which will be expanding later on. Presently, we are incubated in IIT Guwahati, the Technology Incubation Center of IIT Guwahati, and you can always reach us there. So, moving on, next slide, please. So this is the team. Actually, me and Rahul, we were colleagues at IIT Guwahati when we were doing our PhD, and since then it was in our plans to start a company and go for a research outfit. And Dr. Aparna Rai later on joined us during the incorporation of the company. Uh, what we have seen with most of the startups which didn't make it quite big or which failed at the early stages because of quarrels or something between the innovators and the founders is that there has to be a complementarity of team. So that allows you to channelize different compartments of the research, so that not it is not like there's a lone wolf who will be doing the whole of the procedure, it's himself or herself. Rather, it should be a team effort. So what we found is that we had very different and scaled expertises in different technologies. So we came together and we started this company. Me and Aparna, we take care of the financials and the management part of it, mostly with in addition to being with the research part of it. Rahul is mainly a molecular biologist, so he's very much into the designing of the experiments, getting things done on the lab level. And Professor Ramakrishnan of IIT Guwahati, he was my mentor during the PhD, and he has immense experience in protein folding and bio nanotechnology. So we work in a close collaboration with him, and he's a scientific advisor to the company as well. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is quite interesting. What we have seen with while interacting with fellow innovators is the story behind their origins, what motivated them, and how they developed their, coming from the first step to making the whole path where they want to go and finally reaching that. And we have heard very interesting stories from various startups that have come across. Our story started in 2012 when me and Rahul started our PhD, and I was working on protein folding while was working towards plant biotechnology. And from the protein folding, we somehow diverted ourselves to protein design and designing peptides for antimicrobial activity. Then we moved on towards the tumor homing part, and then the cell penetrating peptides, which are sequences which can penetrate the live membranes of cells, and they can deliver any small molecule or therapeutic protein inside the cell. Then after the addition of Aparna in our team, also started working in network biology and systems biology with the one of the most cutting edge technology of systems medicine that is being extensively researched upon recently. And finally, in 2020, we came together and formed this company, Pepthera Laboratories, in January. So it was a tumultuous ride. What I could say is that, in the sense that we had a lot of opportunities coming up on the job level as well, but we knew that what we are working on is quite bigger than a simple job. So we wanted to expand our horizons completely and move into this different arena of research, of industrial research. The difference what we have seen in industrial versus academic research is that, well, in industrial research, you have to be a very targeted person. The research has to be very targeted. There are very selected sort of questions that you have to answer. So the one who does that in the shortest time frame possible actually wins. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, as I was talking about, we started with the protein design and uh, antimicrobial peptides. Now, the foremost thing is that when you have to design a peptide, either you can use the first option, that is use something that is already reported to have a particular activity, and then move on to the next by doing some point mutations or amino acid replacement simple. But our idea of working towards peptides was very different. uh, through our years of research, we have developed ways in which we can restrict the backbone architecture of a peptide. We know if we want to create a alpha helix, how we have to create that. If we have to create some other helix, we know what amino acids to use, that okay, will restrict that topology into that particular secondary structure. One of our papers in Journal of Peptide Science was recently published this year, wherein we discussed about how to constrain this topology of the peptide, and we can use those peptides for drug delivery. So the three segments of peptide design, the first being that the backbone architecture, the second being the amino acid sequence, and third being the physicochemical parameters, properties which come up after that design. So for the first one, we used a combination of different amino acids to restrict them in a particular structure. For the amino acid substitutions, well, most of you may have already gone through a basic bioinformatics course, and you may be knowing about different uh, amino acid substitution matrices, much like Blossom 62 and PAM 30 matrices that are already used for various sequence alignments. But we could not use that because that was purely based on sequence and not on structures. So we wanted some amino acids, okay, which can be particularly used for generation of some structures and which will hold those structures together. For example, if I am to put proline into an alpha helical sequence, well, it will disrupt that structure. If I put something like leucine or glutamine, that will somehow hold that structure into the alpha helix conformation. So what we did is that we went through the whole of the protein data bank, and we did an amino acid propensity test as to see, okay, which part of the Ramachandran plot each amino acid likes to be. So we made a substitution matrix out of this. This study was also published in 2016 in PLOS One, and where we have discussed three different amino acid matrices that have come up. So we use these amino acid matrices for the, you know, the re-engineering of the peptide back side chain sequence. And finally, when that backbone architecture and side chain sequence is optimized, we generate an electrostatic potential fingerprint. Now, why this is necessary, the electrostatic potential fingerprint here, is that almost all of the biological interactions, be it a protein-protein interaction, a protein-carbohydrate reaction, they are all electrostatically controlled. The famous key lock hypothesis is based on electrostatics only. So our main idea is that we use these electrostatic potentials to, you know, design these peptides. And with these electrostatic potentials, what we can do is that we can segment these potential fingerprints and use it in combinations. by using those particular amino acids in the sequence. And it becomes helpful when we want to tailor engineer something. Suppose we want to, seeing the present scenario of COVID-19, suppose if we want to design an antiviral peptide, then we have something of antiviral peptides that are already reported in the nature. They are already there in as a innate immune system of any host. And so we see, okay, what are the electrostatic fingerprints that they are generating, and if we can use those fingerprints itself for generating any anti-SARS-CoV-2 activity, well, that is tailoring of peptides. That is what we do. So moving on, next slide, please. Now, this was about the design of the peptides. So what actual projects we have been working on for the past 1 year, 1.5 years so, is that the first thing that we are developing are antimicrobial peptides. Now, why these are necessary? Because you see, any startup, they have to, fulfill a gap. They have to bridge the gap so that they can make money, because economics is everything for a startup. But the development of the technology is even more important. So to identify those gaps, what we see that for antimicrobials, the present scenario is that there's a lot of antibiotic resistance. 10 years back, the medicine, the antibiotic you were taking, you cannot take it today because it won't work. Now, this is because of the generation of the superbugs, which are antibiotic resistant, which have come up. And the biggest problem that they pose is in the form of nosocomial infections or hospital acquired infections. On the right hand side, you can see that uh, in the US alone, they actually end up spending about $10 billion to treat this hospital acquired infections. And majority of these infections are caused due to various antibiotic resistant microbes, not to count the loss of lives that it results in. In India, the situation is far worse. In the US, the probability of contracting such an infection in hospitals is 1 in 20 visits, whereas in India, it is 1 in 4, which is a huge difference. And the medical facilities of India itself are not as good as those in the USA. So we started working on these, and what we have seen that these peptides that we designed, they are quite broad spectrum antibiotics. They can be developed as broad spectrum antibiotics, so they can be used to treat various illnesses. And on the bottom you can see we did a uh, FESIM analysis, electron microscopy, after of treating the various microbes with the peptides, and then we just image them whether they actually are able to create some dents or some lyses in the microbes, and they were very successful, especially in the terms of Escherichia coli, E. coli. What you can see in almost all of the peptides, it just kills it. There is no cellular morphology that is preserved here. Moving on, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is a very interesting project that we are working on. This actually combines a cell penetrating peptide with a tumor homing peptide. And what we did is that we joined the two peptides together and we conjugated an anti-cancer drug to its tail. And we treated mice which was xenografted with the breast tumor models, and we treated them with the drug alone and the peptide drug combination. And what we saw is that there is an immense reduction in the tumor size when the drug is delivered through the peptide. As you can see, the tumor size is almost one third, one fourth of the size that is left after drug treatment. Now, why we have been doing is, again, there's a lot of resistance. Even everything, every molecule, every pharmaceutical that we use today, there is going to be a certain kind of resistance towards its use, because no system wants to be, manhandled. So every pharmaceutical entity that we use, it actually has a lot of resistance coming up, either be it the antimicrobials, be it the anti-cancer molecules. Plus, the problem is that the FDA regulations have become a lot stricter in the past 2 decades, because of which new molecules, the frequency of new molecules entering the market in the anti-cancer market is reducing. So what we thought is that, okay, we'll teach these old dogs some new tricks. So if we are able to get this registered as a targeted delivery vector, this peptide can be used with various uh, anti-cancer molecules for the treatment of almost all types of cancers. And what we have seen is the for the the side effect of these peptides. We also studied the side effect of these peptides. The problem with that drug that we were using is that it actually led to the enlargement of the spleen. And whereas when we are using that drug with the peptide, it completely brings the spleen to the normal size. Spleen usually also gets inflamed or swollen during cancer, but in this condition the spleen came up almost normal. It was as good as a normal mice. So we have also found a lot of success in this, and we have filed a couple of patents in this regard. uh, Somewhere around August 2020 we filed 2 patents for these. And then we have another project. Next slide please. Next slide please. Yeah, this is kind of this is not directly related to peptide as much as it is towards network biology. So what we do here is that we had a cardiovascular disease, which is left ventricular cardiac hypertrophy. uh, Now in this disease model we were asked, okay, what we can do to uh, extract the information of various phytochemical um, sources, various plant extracts and everything, or Ayurvedic medicines, to come up with the combinatorial therapy against left ventricular cardiac hypertrophy. So this project actually involves the knowledge of phytochemistry, but the botanical side of it, uh, the chemical side of it, how to extract these different compounds from the phytochemical extracts, and molecular modeling. Again, there's a lot of computational work that is involved here. And then there it comes to the gene expression analysis, which again is a combination of wet lab and dry lab studies. And what we have found is that, okay, there are certain set of compounds that can be used together for targeting various diseases. Now this is an interesting revelation, because this actually forms the basis of network pharmacology, which is a very upcoming field right now, and people have not actually exploited it much. So we have a very good, you know a starting point in context of those different companies. And soon most probably will be, yeah, we have 2 patents already filed for this as well, that in which we have actually posited some drug combination, novel drug combinations. And then the other patent is on about the drug repositioning against this particular disease. Next slide please. Yeah. In addition to this, our company is also working towards uh, providing services to researchers on the peptidomimetics, molecular modeling fronts, designing peptides for them, because our peptide knowledge has been enriched for the past 20 years. And our team has a collective experience of more than 30 years in the field of peptide design synthesis. And we are also simultaneously working for a product for the researchers across the globe. You see, everyone, uh, almost all molecular biology labs will be having an experiment where they want to transfect some particular gene vector. So we are coming with transfection vectors, which will reduce that whole experiment of 3 to 4 day protocols to less than 2 hours, and it will not require any competent cell development. It will not involve any electroporation techniques as well. It will be a as simple as put and forget. So that is another thing that we are working on, and this is the collective things that we are working on. Though our team is small, we are always on the lookout for new individuals who want to work in a research organization, and we have a couple of employees as well who are also working on different projects. uh, Next slide please. So naturally, because we are incubated in IIT Guwahati, it is the place of
Sir,
operations for us.
next in the
Yeah,
panel is waiting.
yeah, sure. So and we are shortly in the next year, the first half of the next year, we are going to put up a laboratory facility at Guwahati Biotech Park as well. Next slide please. Next slide please. Next slide please. Okay, so concludingly, what I want to say is that my message to the innovators is that, see, you have to understand what innovation is first. Imagine the future, what will happen in the future, and then try to fill in those gaps. Because whatever you do today, it will only be sellable tomorrow. So think of the tomorrow and make the products today. Thank you. In case any one of you want to contact us, want to discuss about their startups, their innovations, we are always there. You can contact us through email or phone.
Thank you, sir, for your encouraging words. Now we have with us Rognidan Technologies, which is a software-based non-government company with objective of applying the currently popular artificial intelligence technology to provide diagnosis from its symptoms to its source. It was registered on 2019, and this company provides different services like data annotation for AI applications, teaching and training of AI in school, providing goal-oriented AI-based solutions. I welcome Dr. Kankana Bora and Dr. Lipi B. Mahanta from Rognidan Technologies. Over to you, madam.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, my
Okay.
voice is a little broken today because of my health. So, please, can you please hear the slide? Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Dr. Kankana Bora, on behalf of team of Rognidan Technologies Private Limited, would be happy to share our journey towards the formation of a startup from an idea. So, before beginning, I would like to thank KIIT Technology Business Incubator for giving us an opportunity to share our story. Although it is much earlier to call us as a successful startup, but we believe that the dream that we are chasing will lead us to our goal one day. Next slide, please. So, firstly, I would like to introduce our Rognidan Technologies Private Limited. The name is actually inspired from two Sanskrit words. Rog signifies disease and Nidan denotes the diagnosis from symptoms to its source. So, in our startup, we use currently popular artificial intelligence technology, especially the deep learning, machine learning, and explainable AI to design some system which will assist the doctors in decision making. So right now we are working on designing a system to detect cervical cancer at an early stage. But we are not limited to this application only. Next slide, please.
The startup actually initiated with two major objectives. Firstly, providing AI-based solution and product in a user-friendly platform for easy and fast implementation, and to help our Northeast people and to do the pilot implementation. Next slide. I would be happy to introduce our team members as well as our advisory panel. So Dr. Lipi B. Mahanta, she is also in the audience, is an associate professor in Institute of Advanced Study in Science and Technology, Guwahati. She is a biostatistician and have been working in the domain of medical image processing for more than 20 years. And myself, Dr. Kankana Bora, assistant professor of Cotton University, Guwahati, with an experience of AI and medical image processing. Dr. Manish Chaudhary is a leading researcher with a specialization in NLP, AI, and computer vision. Dr. Anup Kumar Das is a pathologist and having his own diagnostic center in Guwahati. And our advisory panel consists of doctors, CA, people with a financial background. Dr. Amal Katoki sir, director of B. Burua Cancer Institute, Guwahati, has always inspired us and so does the path in every phase. Without the guidance of Dr. Dhabli sir, Dr. J.D. Sharma sir, this startup journey actually is beyond imagination. They have helped us in converting our idea to a commercialized product. Next slide, please. So this is the actually the domain that which we are working on, and we are working on cervical cancer. As you all know, the cervical cancer is the most prevalent cancer among women in Northeast India, and these are the data that we have collected from PBCR ICMR data. But the good thing is that if this disease is detected at an early stage, this can be totally cured. One of such early diagnostic technique for cervical cancer detection is a pap smear test. But unfortunately, the knowledge level in India is much lower as compared to the knowledge level abroad. So we want to convert the manual technique for screening of cervical cancer to an automated process, both for the liquid-based cytology and the conventional technology. Next slide. So this is the first product. We have coined the product as a PEP scanner. So it will be a system to detect the cervical cancer at an early stage. So here you can see a slide can be inserted to the automicroscopy kit, and this kit will automatically grab the images from the slide, and this will be stored in the local personal computer of the doctor, and doctor can send those images to our server and where the processing will be done, and the doctors will get back the results in the form of a report. Next slide. So this is the advantage of PEP scanner. These are basically the significance of our product. So firstly, we will try to reduce the observer bias. Secondly, to reduce the laborious task of the pathologist by sieving out the normal cases. That means we were trying to reduce the false negative cases. And also we are trying to quantify the features which may be interpreted by the doctors in visual terms. And nextly, this product will be cost and the time effective. And lastly, it will be applicable on both the pap smear preparation technique. One is the conventional, another one is the liquid-based cytology. Next slide. So this is our journey from an idea to a startup. So our journey actually started in 2010. I joined ISST as an MTech project student of GUIST. I then met my guru, Dr. Lipi B. Mahanta ma'am. She has shown me the idea how to design a DSS to detect cervical cancer. But being a student and having very little knowledge in the field of artificial intelligence and medical image processing, I was seriously has no clue from where to start my work. And there was no online databases available to start our work. For initial 4 to 5 months, we wasted time on looking for all possible options for capturing the images, and we didn't have any expert who can help us and who can guide us. Then we approached many doctors also, but it was a herculeous task to make them understand actually what we are going to build. So we failed, and we have done our work on some downloaded databases, near about 380, but the idea actually never let us sleep and stop the dream. And in 2014, then I joined as a PhD student in ISST in full-time mode, and I continued the same work that I have left in MTech. And then uh,
Initially, first, we have approached many doctors, but we have got negative responses. But luckily, we made Dr. Gedisama sir, who understood our work, committed to help us in the project. And then ISST signed an MOU with the BBCI, that means B. Borua Cancer Institute, Guwahati, and data collection then started. Same way we approached Ayursundra. Then we met Dr. Anup Das, who is a dynamic doctor with a research mind, and he is one who taught me actually how to see a slide, how I can take the pictures without depending on the technicians. I read medical books, and then he guided me every possible way. He's now actually one of the co-founder of our company. And then comes the shortage of the infrastructure. We face lots of trouble in setting up a proper laboratory to carry out the experiments. We didn't have high performing PCs, servers, and then ma'am and I actually struggle a lot to understand, make the authority understand why basically we need the high end PC. Then I applied in Indian Statistical Institute, ISI Kolkata. I luckily got selected as a visiting scientist. Ma'am sent me there. I talked with many professors and share our idea. I met Professor Malay Kumar Kundu sir, who is a known face in machine learning in the field of machine learning of ISI Kolkata. I talked about my dreams of making a DSS which can actually detect cancer. He introduced me with one of his scholar, Dr. Manik Chaudhary, who is now one of the co-founder of our company. We both collaborated, designed the algorithms of our own with the database actually that I have generated under the guidance of Lipi ma'am. Successfully, we developed some robust algorithms, and which was actually published in very high impact factor journal. Then I completed my PhD in 2019. Now the story is actually taking its main turn. We have got several recognition across the globe, including the coverage in the Times of India, DST Government of India. Then many companies abroad approached us requesting for selling of the database and the algorithm. One of the companies is the Foxlink Image Technology, which is a leading Apple manufacturer of Taiwan. Then only we have realized that we have done a very good job actually. So we talked a lot and asked ourselves actually how many researchers' work is actually reaching to the society. Is the thesis is the only end product? How our invention can be commercialized, that too in our own names. We then came up with the advertisement of Pyrak Big Grant. Then we decided to apply. In that phase, we have started working on the POC. Now, by God's grace, we have actually won the competition and working towards our dream. Actually, a platform like Byra can give us light to chase the dreams so that we can make the society a better place to live in. Next slide. So these are some of the challenges actually that we have faced during our journey. First is the database generation. In medical image processing, to generate your own database, it's very challenging. Another is the knowledge gap. You need the help of the doctors and medical practitioners who can actually understand your idea. Your knowledge has to be integrated with the knowledge of a doctor. Then only the fruitful product can be designed, or fruitful software or DSS can be designed. Another one is the ethical issues. That means there is a lot of protocols are there that we have to go through to develop this kind of software. Another is the hardware support. Since we are developing some high-end algorithms, we are running deep learning algorithms, so we need the GPU supports, we need the server support, we need high-performing PCs. So lots of hardware dependency will come. The next last is not least is the monetary support. So without money actually it's very difficult to set up a good laboratory. And now actually we are thankful to Byrak that Byrak is giving us the platform so that we are now slowly started converting our idea into a commercialized product. Next slide. So these are the publications that we have got on the work, based on the work we have done on cervical cancer from our group. Next slide. So these are the grants, awards, and recognition received during our journey. So you can see the recognition that we have received from the DST Government of India, Times of India. Dr. Harshavardhan, the Union Health Minister, has tweeted personally to appreciate our group's work. And there are other links also for some local coverage in the newspaper. Next. So along with the pep scanner project, we are also started we have started working on some other projects, that is the internship in the field of artificial intelligence and bioinformatics, with a goal to empower the Northeast students, because so that they can create jobs. They will not just run after job, they can create job for themselves as well as for the students of other students of Northeast India. And we are also concentrating on a data annotation, because in medical image processing, data annotation is another very big vast field. So we are now slowly entering into that field also. And also we are focusing on training the students as well as the teachers of Northeast, so that they can compete with the international platform. So all our product details and the services are available in this website. Anyone can visit and can go through it. So this is all about the journey. And again, we are thanking Bayrak for giving us, or KIIT for giving us the opportunity to share our story. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, madam, for your valuable words. Now we have with us Kwakle and Kangung Mele Orchids Private Limited. This company is a Manipur-based company which was registered on 2013. It is a leading manufacturer and supplier of hybrid orchid flowers, which is the one of the largest families of the flowering plants with a pleasant aroma and is used for decorative purposes due to its attractive appearance. I welcome Mr. Rajkumar Kishore from this company. Over to you, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. Yeah, thanks, Ms. Mandakini, for handing over the mic to me. So, a very good afternoon to everyone, and a greeting from Kwakle and Kungunmele Orchids Private Limited, Manipur. So, we have a mission to revolutionize orchid industry in India, and it is a challenge, and I have been doing this since my PhD days. So this is in fact a product. My PhD program was in fact a product-based PhD work, and because of that PhD work, that I am able to continue and convert it into an entrepreneurial venture, leading to the formation of our private limited company, Kwagale and Kongunmele Orchids Private Limited. And yes, next slide, please. Yeah, this is the company profile. We have established our company way back in 2013, and it was established only after the green signal coming from BIREC that we have been approved in principle for the BIG grant. This was in the second call. So like our big partner is IKP Hyderabad, and they signal us. So, but individually I applied for BIG, and I was granted BIG, but they suggested, means IKP suggested that my breeding work should be done here in Northeast India, and because it won't be viable like a venture there in Andhra Pradesh. It was Andhra Pradesh at that time. So then we had no idea how to incorporate a company, and somehow we contacted some agencies in New Delhi, and they helped us out. And I, along with my wife Hagam Krishna, we founded this company, and we are having a tissue culture laboratory, an orchidarium, and a hardening unit for tissue cultured orchids. So we have been granted BIG grant in 2014, and Shivri in 2017. In between, we also conducted one partnership proposal along with IBSD for breeding Dendrobium orchids. And we have a collection of more than 100 elite local orchid species, and they are being used as a parent for our in our breeding program. And so far we have registered about 13 hybrid orchids. Of course, this included some of my from my PhD work, and we are having more than 100 new orchids in our laboratory, and as and when they get new flowering, they will be registered. Next, please. Yeah, this is the team profile. We are founder directors, I along with my wife, and we have one scientist, two tissue culturists, one manager, and one Philcom lab assistant. Is two in number. Next, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, looking at the orchid industry, this is a global industry, very enterprising industry, and say India, despite having rich orchid resources, we are lagging far behind, and we should be very thankful to the people there in Sikkim and the Kalimpong of West Bengal areas that it is them who initiated orchid breeding work in India. So, it has become an emerging entrepreneurial ventures for many scientists, breeders, cultivators, and the florists. And we cannot focus only on the species. Of course, some species they are as good as hybrids and they are very popular. But due to this certain, I mean laws of this CITES, I mean trading of the orchids from wild, it is restricted. So like we have to give emphasis more on breeding orchids, and the production of good quality breeding orchids will give, I mean, the will reduce the pressure on the wild orchids in their habitat. That means if they are manufactured here in our laboratory or elsewhere in Northeast India, like collection from the wild habitat, that will be reduced. That is what we believe. So this orchid industry, it is estimated to comprise around 10% of the international fresh cut flower trade. And the top orchid exporting countries are the Netherlands, Thailand, Taiwan, Singapore, New Zealand, etc. So important countries, these are mainly Japan, UK, Italy, France, and the USA. Of course, India is also one of them, and there are certain companies in Thailand who are having this uh, certain their program or business. I mean, the plant just for the five-star hotels of India. That means they are surviving on Indian markets. And if this orchid industries in Thailand, if they can survive on Indian markets only, then why can't we establish our this orchid industry successfully? This is one big question. But see, in India we have a problem. Orchid breeding is a it takes quite a long time. Means say from breeding onward, then tissue culture hardening to under our greenhouse condition and waiting for them to flower. It is a long process. It takes more than 5 to say 10 years or more. So nobody wanted to wait that much time, and that business plan that is not a feasible one. It is apparently, but there should be consistent effort, and we have to have a lot of patience and wait for our orchids to bloom, and that is only that is the time that we can I mean the feel proud and feel happy that we are creating some orchids which are of purely Indian origin and which can be like the stock or the supply materials for a number of orchid industry in India. But the problem with our government or the funding agencies in Delhi or elsewhere is that they wanted things to make happen in 18 months or 24 months or say 36 months, which is not possible with people, I mean, with the industrialists or the scientists doing in plant science, just like in the breeding sector. So this is one big problem, and if they have to provide us fund, they should, give fund for at least 5 years. This is what I wanted to reflect based on my personal experience. Next slide, please. So we have a customer pain point. This is where the business has to strike, and we have to intervene to minimize this. So we depend to orchid producing countries for our for good quality orchids, say Taiwan, Thailand, Singapore, Malaysia, etc. And the high price for the imported breeds of orchids. See, good quality orchids, they are very highly priced. Lack of dedicated orchid breeders and mass multiplication of quality hybrids or lines through tissue culture. See, orchid breeders are restricted mainly in Manipur, Kalimpong, Sikkim, and some part in this Kerala. But now it is there comes a time in the present moment that there are many amateur orchid breeders across the country. They are sending their hybridized seed pods, the seed capsules, having the hybrid seeds to us to the germinate their plants, and our custom service is that we will grow them, harden them, and return the plants to them. So in this way, there are these newly budding orchid breeders in India. Even though they do not have a tissue culture lab, we are helping them out. So the growing need of the florists in major metros, five-star hotels has kept the price of the flower higher than the export realization, leading to shortfalls of supply. Next slide, please. So the solution is to facilitate the growth of orchid industry in India by synthesizing high quality hybrid orchids using biotechnology tools and make available to the growers at competitive price. Competitive price means we have to compete with these orchid heavyweight breeders or producing countries like Thailand, Singapore, Malaysia, etc. And this is a great challenge, and it may take some time, but we can do some, the competition with these countries. Next slide, please. And the product and service. So we are breeding orchids. We sell orchid hybrids, young plants, fast plants, or mature plants. And as I mentioned earlier, we do provide the custom service of growing their orchids here in our laboratory, and to give them back their plants. So these are the pictures I have shown here. These are what I read during my PhD programs, and they have been carried forward through this entrepreneurial program with assistance from BIREC in the form of BIG and the SHIP. Next slide, please. Yeah, these are some of the very recent hybrid orchids which we produced during our since 2015-16 till 2020. One is the first one is Rinantanda Dasma Heptula, which is named in honor of our present governor, the governor of Manipur. Then the second one, that is middle above, that is Nobiliara and Biren. It is named in honor of our present chief minister. And it is our first tri-generic hybrid involving Rinanthera, Benda, and Erides. And the third one on the left side down, that is Erido Benda BIREC. It is registered in honor of BIREC, which is our the funding agency. Then Benda Blossom Highlander. It is a resynthesized one. We synthesize, we bred it, but unfortunately, other workers have already registered it way back, about say 10 years back. And the last one is it is a Dendrobium hybrid, bred between this Dendrobium big white, which is the commercial orchid, and our local hybrid Dendrobium pimpleatum. And we are selling these class seedlings or class plantlets. and that is the above one, and the below these are the plants which we are rearing, culturing in under our greenhouse environment. Next slide, please. Before that, please go ahead. No, next. Oh, yeah. This is our business model. We have a well-defined business plan from B2B, B2C, and many things. So this is the basic plan that we are having, and we are following this plan for our business. Next slide, please. Yeah, technologies which we are adopting. These are the classical breeding technologies. That is the end pollination. This is the only option to do cross pollination and produce orchid hybrids. Then molecular breeding and mutation breeding. Molecular breeding we are not able to do it at the moment since we do not have a full-fledged molecular biology laboratory. But breeding using colchicine and some other chemicals, we are trying it out. We have this plant tissue culture technology and then high-tech greenhouse cultivation technology. But whatever we are having, these are in lab scale this thing setup. These are all small structures, but for this, I mean, the turning to this technology readiness certain level, we require a lot of input in the quantum of say 3 to 5 crores investment will be required. Next slide, please. And the market, yes, India is a big market of orchids, and even in India, like this Kerala, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, Assam, Kolkata, and the other metropolitan cities, these are the big markets. And the international markets, the Netherlands, USA, etc., whatever is given here, they are the heavyweight and the big markets for orchids. Next slide, please. The target customers, what we, I mean, the people who should be our customers. First, tissue culture labs in India which are propagating orchids. There are, I mean, some orchid propagating uh, tissue culture labs in India, but they do not have new alleged genotype or new orchids. So we can supply them starting cultures of our alleged genotypes. Then they can mass propagate them, and they can sell the new plants. Then orchid farms in India which are growing orchids in commercial scales. We can sell them our hardened plants or this plant that they can cultivate them, grow them to till flowering, and they can do the trading on them. Then individual buyers, hobbies, like there are many individual buyers, hobbies who are which we consider them as hardcore
Sir,
hobbies,
next on the
hardcore
panel is waiting.
orchidologists. Yeah, I'm complete. Next slide, please. And the competition, yes, we have a lot of competition here in India, Sikkim, Kerala, etc. International, Thailand, Netherlands. That like we are. Yeah, next please. Yeah, financing. Financing like our own contribution, then big grants, SIBRI, and revenue generated. The revenue is still, I mean, the very low at the moment, but we are surviving, and that's all what we can brief you about our struggle to uh, carry on with our venture, and we have to enliven our dream of revolutionizing orchid industry. Thank you everyone for listening.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable words. Now we have with us Ayusa Biosolutions Private Limited, which was registered in 2018. This biotech company has developed a bioformulation that enhances the traditional process of production of the fragrant agarwood oil. The objective of this company is to deliver affordable agri-based technologies to boost productivity using biotech solutions. I welcome Dr. Supriya Sen from Ayuza Biosolutions. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the introduction. And it's an honor actually to be associated with this event. I would be sharing my experience of forming the company, and like Dr. Kishore, who was just presenting before me, we are also big and SIBRI grantees. So it is the BIRAC route that we have taken for to try to commercialize our innovation. But unlike their venture, we are still in R&D. We are yet to reach the market and generate revenue. For that sake, some minimal revenue we have been able to generate, but basically we are still in the process of we are in the R&D stage basically. I had prepared a slide deck. Should I share from here, or ma'am, it will be presented from the other end?
Sir, you may try to share it from your PC, otherwise you need to send it here.
Okay, sorry, I could not get the audio.
You may try to share it from your PC. If it is
okay,
not,
sir,
then you can send it to us.
Sure, thank you, sir. Yeah, I'll try to share that. So is the slide visible?
Yes, sir. It is visible now. It is visible now.
Hello?
Your slide is visible.
Okay, thank you, sir. So, we are Oija Biosolutions Private Limited. We are located in Guwahati. Our lab is in Guwahati Biotech Park. And like I said, that we have started our venture as BIRAC Big and SIBRI grantees. Today, basically, I will be sharing my journey with you in short. I would not take much of your time. I have named my presentation as our tryst with a fragrant plant, because we are working on one fragrant plant, which I think, being from Northeast, most of us will be aware of. It is agar wood. Agar wood is known as the wood of the gods, because it is very interesting to note that all of the major religions of the world have considered agar as sacred, and at least in death rituals, the use of agar is almost evident everywhere. So agar wood is a tree which produces resins, and that resin is fragrant in nature. The wood as such, along with the resin, is cultivated, it is chipped, it is sent as, it is sold as wood chips, which can be burned like incense. On the other hand, the same wood can be boiled, can be distilled, so you can recover fragrant oils from it also. But the most important point about agar wood is that it is arguably the most expensive wood in the world. And it is a bioresource of the Northeast. Like you don't find agar wood naturally growing in any other part of India. And also, if you consider the global picture, it is only in pockets of South and Southeast Asia, ranging from China, India, up to Indonesia, Papua New Guinea. That is the only area where you find natural agar wood. And they are very expensive. The Middle East, actually, in the Middle East, there is great demand for both the wood as well as oil. And India has a very old tradition of perfumery. So words such as agarbatti, which we used to call the incense sticks that we use, actually have come from this word agar. But now, since agar is prohibitively expensive, the incense that we use hardly contain any agar, and it is only the name that has survived. And if you see, I have taken the word agartala because the event is being organized from Tripura. So I felt it is the most appropriate word to be used because the word agartala comes from the same word agar. And if you do a Google search for agartala, in Wikipedia, you get the screenshot is what I have taken from the Wikipedia. So it says that the etymology of the word is agartala is a derivative of two words, namely agar and tala, which is the shade of it, or it's just underneath agar trees, because of the large number of agar wood trees which still exist in parts of Tripura. And it is in the northeast that we have agar. So like Dr. Kishore was talking about orchids, so it is the bioresources that northeast actually has a competitive advantage. So the ventures bordering around northeast are, to what I felt or what we feel in OIJA, is the way forward for startups that function out of northeast India. And agar wood is one of them. So it is with this that we started a venture. Of course, the idea came from the scientific background. You can say that it is a university to commercialization approach, and this started way back in 2012. That time I had written a project on agar wood and submitted it to DBT for the DBT RA program. I was successful in getting the grant, and I worked for 4 long years in the Institute of Advanced Study, Science and Technology in Guwahati. There we worked on agar wood, and for those who don't have much idea about agar wood, this slide will give you a bit of idea. It is this agar wood tree which gets infected by insects and fungi that leads to the formation of resins. This is the resinous part of the wood which is chipped away, which is, after that it is soaked in water. We call it a fermentation basin, and thereafter it is distilled to produce the oil. In our research program, we were trying to see what is happening during this process, because the formation of agar wood was still unclear, and there were many scientific questions bordering it. So that was our approach. But at that time, as I've mentioned, apart from doing the research, I was also visiting Guwahati Biotech Park because the GCMS facility was available with them. So I would take my samples and do GCMS analysis, where the scientific in charge would take me around and show the facility for technology incubation. That is from where I got the idea of technology incubation. This is way back in 2011-12. At that time, the incubation centers, these things were not so common as it is today. And also that time, we came to know that there is a shift in government policy, because experts were visiting our lab. They were saying that the government is looking to fund products. And that was the interest, an interest was generating. And I also had my own plans, because I didn't want to publish my research only and it remains in journal. So I was looking for a way to make my research tangible in some form. So this led me to, this is the postdoctoral research that I did in ISST. As you can see, I was trying to see the interaction of agar wood with fungus in different formats. And during this, we found that one such interaction was producing high yields of agar, or at least very good quality agar wood oil. So this was the idea from the research. We published good papers. We applied for patents. I attended conferences in India and abroad. And also at the same time, I was applying for projects. And one such project was the Big Ninth Call, which came in July 2016. And this was the idea. We wanted to optimize this fermentation step or the soaking step of agar wood with a promising organism, promising fusarium, which we were working on. And then we developed a concept note, and the process of converting a concept note to a business proposal is something I would like to speak on, because I was writing a concept note as a scientist or as a scientific person, but to convert it into a business proposal was a totally different ball game. That is where I approached Venture Center Pune, who were one like KIIT Bhubaneswar. Venture Center Pune is also one of the big partners. I approached them and they helped me in designing the business proposal. And our idea was to convert the conventional process of agar wood formation into a more scientific method. The conventional method is more of traditional also, and there are very little scientific interventions that have taken place. So that was our trigger, and we decided to write a proposal and propose a method where by fermentation we can improve the production of agar wood oil at a reduced time. Important part of any such entrepreneurship proposals is the team, because the funding agency or the investor looks for who are there in the team, and it is very important that the team has a mixture of skills, so that somebody has a specialty in one can be a requirement of another specialty can be covered by another person in the team, and there is shifting of roles. So in my case, it was good that I got along with Rituparna. He is my school friend, but he has a MBA background, technology background, and he had the idea of business development in his mind, whereas I was the technical person. And this same combination still continues, and we had advisors who advised our project, and we got the project. We got selected for BIG. This is our lab in Guwahati Biotech Park, where we designed fermenters. We have an array of 9 such solid-state fermenters where we developed the technology for agar wood fermentation. And then we connected it to a pipeline of distillation so that we produce the oil for our analysis in the lab itself. And this is our early team. The teams have changed with time, but we have continued to grow towards the objective of commercializing the technology. And after it was during January 2018 that we were getting the results from our lab. And we found that the results were encouraging. So we went for to incorporate as a startup. And this we call the Oija Biosolutions Private Limited. So you can see from 2012, the formation of the company happened in 2018. While in 2017, I got the BIG project. Another point which I forgot to mention is that during the time I got BIG, I also joined as assistant professor in Assam Don Bosco University, where I am still continuing. I am actually sitting in my lab in ADBU and while I deliver this talk. So we went for a startup based on the results that we got. And as BIG is a 15-month project, soon the project was getting over, so we decided to apply for next level of funding and also seek investments. And during the process, we attended several conferences, even in abroad, also attended events like Advantage Assam, where our technology and our ideas were appreciated. Then the next round of funding is the BIRAC SIBRI, which was in May 2019, and we are still in BIRAC SIBRI because there has been the COVID-related problems which pushed back all our plans, and we are presently continuing in the BIRAC SIBRI project. Then we also approached Venture Seed Fund, which we received in November 2019 as investment. So these are important aspects in the journey of a startup. So you start with funding, you start with your own money, maybe family and friends, but then you have to go into the investment where you have to share, you have to give away your shares. And then at present in the biotech park, this is the 50-liter fermenter where we are trying to optimize our bioprocess under scaled up condition. Also during this time, just before the lockdown, we thought that we will do a field trial, although our technology needed some amount of fine tuning, but still we went ahead for a field trial. On the right hand side, you can see this is the part, this is actually our target area. These are the people who process agarwood oil, produce agarwood oil. So if we develop a useful technology, it will benefit these farmers who produce agarwood, then extract agarwood oil, and they are the marketers of agarwood technology. So we have conducted one field trial, and it has been, the results are encouraging. And then this is what our way forward is. This is the team which, this is the present team. Rituparna and I continue to be in the team. Whereas this is the person, Mr. Abul Hussain, who is our consultant from field. He is in the agarwood villages where agarwood is produced. So we get the consultancy from him, we get raw materials from him. So it's an arrangement which we have been working on and trying to commercialize. And as I have said, we are still in R&D. We are yet to reach the market. Probably when the second or third field trial results are over, we will be able to launch our product in the market. However, these are the target activities that we have in the mind. Apart from improved agarwood oil extraction, we are working also on a scanner device, which is in a very preliminary stage, to use photographs of photographs of agarwood plants to analyze it and develop a scanner. And then we also want to venture into plantation and essential oil analysis and such other activities which we have planned. So few pointers which I felt would be useful for any aspirants who want to apply for projects or want to get into science and technology entrepreneurship. So these are some of the points, because I come from a purely academic background. Getting into the learning the business language itself was a new thing for me. So there were a lot of challenges that I faced. So I felt that few pointers might be useful for any of the aspirants in the participants, among the participants. So the first point always will be to make your team, lay a lot of emphasis on in your team. It should have diversity. It should have the capability of balancing the needs and requirements, because technology, if you are a technology startup, then technology is only up to a certain level. After that, the business person has to take over, or you have to develop sufficient knowledge on business development. So in the team, it is always good to have a mix of that. And also, this is one thing I learned while formulating proposals, is that there should not be any vagueness. You should be able to quantify your ideas. If you are telling that you are going to give a better product, you should say that your production will be 10 times higher than the existing one, or 10 times faster than the existing one. It should be quantifiable. There should not be vagueness. And hand holding is very important because that is one thing which is lacking in the Northeast. Now that agencies like KIIT are coming in with their expertise, this hand holding is very important. Like I got the support from BIRAC and Venture Center and KIIT and other agencies at different points of time. It encouraged and helped us. So I would suggest that you should not hesitate to seek help from any source that you feel is suitable. Another important point is to learn the business language. For me, it was a little bit of difficulty. I was initially reluctant to learn, but you will realize that you can't do without it, and your science is only just enough to take the idea ahead. But if you want to convert it into a running business, if you want to be productive, if you earn revenue and pay salaries, then you need to understand business also properly. And another point which is very important is to understand the market. It teaches many lessons, because if your idea may be very good, but if it is not marketable, then it is as good as that. So I would also advise that you go for a startup or register your company as early as possible, because investment funds come better to a company rather than individuals. So you form a company, form a group, and then you approach, the success rate would be more. And understand the life cycle of startups. Understand what is fundraising, who are angel investors, what are loans, pitching, terms which I'm still picking up. And important to promote your venture, use all the available options like the website, social media. We have just recently updated our website. We are also trying to reach out to the social media like Twitter, Instagram. So we were not that much savvy with these, but it's very important that you are present in the sight of people. It is very important. And the last point, which I have found is very useful, is the P2P connect. P2P as in peer to peer. So you should be always in connect with those of you along with you who are on the same path, your peers in startup. You should connect, and agencies like KIIT Venture Center, they promote it in a huge way. So like we are in the P2P group of Venture Center. So whatever is happening in the Venture Center startup ecosystem, we remain in touch. If in a situation where there is a question, we drop a message on the P2P WhatsApp group. So these are very important things which I felt I should point out to those who are considering to start startups, and a little bit of my experience on that only. That's all I have to share. As I said, we are not yet into market. We are in R&D, but in short, the journey of Orija Biosolutions is what I presented to you. It started with my academic research and converting the academic research into a tangible formulation that will reach to the agarwood farmers and who will benefit by use of it, as well as the company also remains sustainable by it, is the objective of our ventures. So this is our lab in Guwahati Biotech Park. Anyone who is in Guwahati is most welcome to visit. These are our mentors, facilitators, and collaborators. And we are also visible on the internet. So kindly have a look at our company profile, and you can contact me directly on these numbers. So thank you very much for your attention. Thanks so much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable words. With this, we come to the end of today's event of this workshop. This workshop would resume on tomorrow, that is 11 December 2020 at sharp 11 a.m. So, looking forward to meet you again in tomorrow's session. Thank you, everyone. Have a good day.
Thank you so much, ma'am.